Good morning, everyone. Afternoon to everyone on the East Coast. This is the 25th Veterans and Community Oversight Engagement Board. The designated federal officer, Chi Zito, and Diedrich Waterford's online. Also, he's our alternate designated federal officer. We're going to start off the meeting, as we always do, with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if y'all can stand and join with me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Just want to start off with our rules of engagement. For the purposes of this meeting, due to our lack of a chair, I will be the acting chair for this meeting. For the board members, please try to hold your questions till the end of the presentation. There is a raise your hand function. Please wait until we identify you. This meeting is open to the public. However, questions only come from the board members. Please identify yourself before you start your question so that we can keep track of stuff on our minutes, and this meeting will be recorded. Everyone's on the call, but this meeting was published in the Federal Register on July 21st, and as I said, open to everyone in the public. I want to do a quick recognition of our outgoing chair and vice, Mr. Rob Bagelin and retired Brigadier General Lori Sutton, both veterans and did a lot for our board. Their expertise will be missed, but I know that the board will continue to carry on, and as we develop new membership, integrate more people into this great fellow advisory committee that provides recommendations and advice to the Secretary of the Veteran Affairs. We're lucky to have our Chief of Staff of the Department of Veteran Affairs give us some comments. So I'm going to leave it to Mr. Sark.
Well, it is very good to see everyone, and thanks for having me. I will share that I am usually in my downtown DC office in Vaco, but I am coming to you live from my home office today as one of my two daughters starts kindergarten on Thursday, so she's getting a little bit of dad and daughter time today, but I did not want to miss this opportunity to speak to all of you and thank you for the wonderful work that you do. For those that I don't know, this is my second tenure having an opportunity to be in leadership for a secretary at VA. I was the deputy chief of staff to Secretary Wilkie a little bit back, and I always love coming to speak to our federal advisory committees. And I want to thank you for all your service and the work that you do on behalf of our nation's veterans. I really enjoy speaking to these groups, and the work that you do is very much valued by myself, the secretary, deputy, and all of our senior leadership team. So I love when these meetings are in person and I get to see everybody and kind of get to know the group. But given that we're virtual today, I will probably just jump right in. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the activity in West LA in the executive order in a little bit, but given that I believe this is the first time that this advisory committee has had the opportunity to meet during this administration, I wanted to start by just sharing a few highlights and a little bit of background on kind of the Secretary's vision and some things that we have been working on as a team over these last 6 or 7 months. So for those that I am sure have heard the Secretary speak at a conference or in a media interview or any time he gets to go out and do public-facing things, I'm sure you've heard a little bit about his vision and some things we've done at the department. But the Secretary's vision for VA is pretty simple, and you've probably heard the term putting veterans first. So what does that mean? That means that VA is not going to lose sight of our core mission. What we're here to do, whether it be the work on the Federal Advisory Committee, our senior staff in Washington, or all of our clinics, and in benefit offices and cemeteries out in the field. Our job is very simple. It's to take care of veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors, and provide them world-class access to health care and the benefits that they've rightfully earned. So that is our main focus, and we've really been aiming to retrain areas of the department to look at that and to make sure that we don't lose sight of our way and what we're here for every day. That also means looking at things differently. The Secretary is very, very focused on sort of taking opportunities to look at the department, reduce some of our bureaucratic processes, find more efficiencies, and make sure that we're using every one of the dollars from our very generous budget to make sure that that money is going towards taking care of veterans, and that we are, as a department, functioning as efficiently as we possibly can. And that's certainly going to lead to some changes. We've already made some, and we'll continue to look at that and opportunities to better serve our veterans and to get them that care and those benefits that they've earned. I want to talk a little bit about some accomplishments and some things that we've really worked on and put a focus on during the first 6 months of this administration. First, starting when the Secretary was sworn in on February 3rd and confirmed our backlog for disability and compensation claims was over 260,000. We have since decreased that by upwards to 40% by focusing on that and putting overtime hours in other areas and process improvements to make sure that we're reducing that backlog and that veterans are getting their disability compensation benefit in a timely manner. That was a big focus of the Secretary's from day one. Not mission accomplished quite yet, but we are certainly making headway in reducing that number and reducing also our days to complete on claims, which will set us up for success going forward. Talking a little bit about some changes and improvements that we've made to the healthcare system, which is obviously the largest part of VA, not only our budget, but also our headcount in our facilities. We have opened 16 new clinics, which is great, and an investment in the direct care system, and we have some more coming online in the next months and year. We've also opened the aperture up for community care in those that wish to get, and those veterans that wish to get care in the community by moving towards a best medical interest standard and also changing some of our COCs from 6 to 12-month authorizations to make it easier for veterans and also take the burden off our staff and facilities. The Secretary believes that VA care is VA care, and our job is to deliver it either in our facilities or in the community, wherever the veteran, and meet the veteran where their needs are. We've also been, as I mentioned and alluded to a little bit before, looking for areas to reduce some of our bureaucracy and some of our duplicative processes, looking at ways to streamline HR, payroll, contracting, and other areas that can make our department more efficient. I'll also touch on a couple different reforms that we've been able to make in the first 6 months here. We've created a white glove process for survivors to get benefits quicker. I mentioned our desire to strengthen our direct care system, which means our facilities. I think folks know we probably have 170 hospitals and over 1,200 clinics. We've shifted some funds to the tune of $800 million for infrastructure upgrades to improve our direct care system and modernize our facilities. We've also brought thousands of employees back to work to better serve veterans in our facilities, in our national cemetery offices, in our benefits offices. And something that was very, very important to the Secretary, we have accelerated our deployment of our electronic health record system, which is something that had lagged over the previous administration. There was a plan when the Secretary took office to do 4 sites in 2026. We've accelerated that to 13. So we're working very hard on the ground in Michigan and Ohio and Alaska, where those sites will go live in 2026 to make sure that they go on time and on schedule. This has been a challenge for the department for a number of years, and we are laser focused on modernizing our department and our health system through this EHR process, which will allow us not only to integrate with DoD better, but also integrate with our community care partners and make a single federal electronic health record that is available, and it's really going to improve the work for our clinicians and what we do in our hospitals as well. So we're very, very focused on that. And we'll be announcing future sites once we get a little bit farther into this, but we are on schedule and working hard on the ground for those implementations in 26. Also from from the president's standpoint, the president is very focused on improving the department and improving the care and benefits and access for our veterans. There's an old saying in government that if you want to know what an administration's priorities are, look no further than their budget. The president's budget request increases VA's budget over FY25 by over 10%. So certainly the focus of this administration is on veterans and providing them every benefit and access that they've earned. And we're grateful to have that increase. We were one of only 2 departments across the government that received an increase in their budget. So I think that speaks volumes of the president and the secretary and where our priorities lie within this administration. Speaking of the president's priorities in relation to veterans, I think everyone is well aware of the executive order. I'll touch a little bit on that and its impacts on our West LA facilities, which the secretary had an opportunity to go out and visit back in April and kind of lay eyes on the community, get a tour of our medical center, and also see some of the other facilities across the street that are important for this whole campus and community. Look, as a veteran and as a chaplain, the secretary cares very, very, very deeply about improving the lives of the local veteran population in Los Angeles. He also very much knows that there are a lot of challenges there that we'll need to meet. This advisory committee is really a valued partner, and our VA leadership will look forward to the relevant and achievable recommendations that come from this advisory committee in relation to how we manage our facilities and this situation that we have on the ground in West LA. I think the executive order that was signed by the president to create the National Center of Warrior Independence, which I'm sure everyone's familiar with, really highlights the president's commitment to fixing these issues that have plagued Los Angeles candidly for too long, from homelessness and other issues that are prevalent in the West LA community. We really, really want to roll up our sleeves and fix this once and for all. Again, having served the department before, I know this has been a persistent issue, but we're very, very focused on creating a thriving community for veterans. And through this National Center for Warrior Independence, it's a top priority for the secretary. It's a top priority for our veterans in the community out there. And really, we owe it to them through their service to fix this issue. And I want you all to know that we're very committed to solving these issues, and we'll look forward to working with you and taking any input that the advisory committee has through your meetings and discussions that can benefit our work in this important area. I know you're in great hands with Dr. Davis, and nobody knows this area, this community, and these issues better than her. We have the full confidence in her on this committee, and also as we utilize her expertise through our working groups as we look to implement the executive order. So thank you, Dr. Davis, for all the work that you do. I know that Rob Merchant, our medical center director, is very engaged with this group. Rob has done a good job out there as well. And I just want to say thank you to this committee for all the work that you do and for taking such an interest in improving the area out there in West Los Angeles. And I'd be happy to take a few questions before I ran. But thank you again. I hope you all have a wonderful meeting, and appreciate all the work that you do.
Thank you for your time, sir. Just want to see if there are any questions.
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you very much, sir, for the presentation. Jim Zenner here in Los Angeles County. recently the budget was released and there was a line item for major construction to the tune of 530 million. Just wondering what that is and what the plan is for that money.
Yeah, I would have to talk to our budget folks, but I'm happy to get an answer on that. I'll work with Dr. Davis and we'll get you the information.
Thank you very much.
Can I just clarify how that information is going to come back to us? Can we get the information back to the whole board, please?
We can do that.
Thank you.
Well, thank you
Thanks.
everyone again. I hope you all have a great meeting. Thank you, Dr. Davis, for inviting me. And we'll look forward to working with you all, and hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
being with us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Davis, our executive sponsor. Please, once again, raise your hand, identify yourself so that people know who's speaking. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Now we cannot hear you.
DFO, the raise hand option is not enabled in the Teams, just for a heads up.
Dr. Davis's voice will carry over to your computer. Yeah, that's why I slid over to you.
I'm turning my mic off.
And Rob, even though you seem to be muted, we could hear that.
Sorry.
Thanks for the information.
On cheese speakers?
A lot of feedback there.
I'm going to
Dr.
mute Cheese Mike, Dr. Davis, and you should be able to speak without the feedback now.
Yes.
Let's go ahead.
Talk now. Speak now. Can you hear me?
Yes, have she mute his computer, otherwise we'll have that feedback loop. Good to go, Dr. Davis.
Dr. Davis, are you talking? Because we can't hear you. No. We can't hear you.
Yeah, no sound.
Maybe you should walk over and use Cheese computer for.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. No, thank you very much for the help. And another good talent pool from the boys. I'm Linda, and it's a pleasure to be back as the executive sponsor of the VCOEB Federal Advisory Committee. I had the honor of having this position during the first administration of President Trump as Chief Veteran Experience Officer. I appreciate the chief being with us and giving the summary of overall what's happening at VA. The rest of the time, we're going to dig into what's specifically happening here at GLA and under the the jurisdiction of this Federal Advisory Committee. I echo his recognition of Rob as the director, but I also want to highlight the incredible work of the rest of the staff here at GLA. Those we see and will hear from today, as well as those we don't. Everything that happens here and that we're required to review, comment on, advise on, first starts with them, but even before that, it starts with the veterans who are served here and those who live here and their families, caregivers and survivors. So that is where we start and anchor that in the Secretary's call of Veterans First, which I know you all share. So thank you for your continued service and service on this committee. The main thing I'm going to say right now is the chief mentioned the executive order. For the purposes of this meeting and as we move forward in the very near term, our focus is on, continues to be on the master plan. We do not have any action plan as yet for the executive order that is finalized, approved, or can be shared. That also includes that we do not have final decisions from VA or DOJ regarding the litigation. So the executive order and the litigation, both of which will impact this campus, that is our focus. Both of those will be unable to discuss in detail, but we understand the ways in which they will impact the master plan and the work we are charged to do as a Federal Advisory Committee. So as we get additional information, I will ensure that it comes to the advisory committee in a timely manner, and that, as the chief said, we are open to your comments. We are also open to the comments of the veteran community, and which we are always in touch with through a variety of ways through my office. But I want you to know that those two things, if we're unable to give you additional detail, it is not because it's being withheld, it's just because the decisions have not been made yet. And we do have, I'm grateful for, we do have a representative from the Office of General Counsel with us today, should any of those types of questions come up. So with my gratitude, I turn it over to Rob and the rest of the team. And I thank Chi for standing in as our acting chair and our designated federal officer, and Diedrich for you as being our alternative and helping make this meeting possible. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Davis. Chief, my thanks to you as well for stepping in, and also like to acknowledge the long service of Eugene Skinner to the board since its establishment back in 2018, I believe. Wish Eugene well in his well-earned retirement from federal service. And I'd also like to echo your comments about the great team of professionals we have here at GLA who start from a position of serving veterans, first and foremost, as our guiding mission. And to the board, thank you. We really do value this time together. It's been since December of 2024 since we gathered, and it's important for us to hear your feedback and your voices. And we are appreciative of your continuing service to not to our healthcare system and not to what we are doing here at West LA, but to the veterans that we're serving. Today, shortly, you're going to hear about some significant progress that we've made in those intervening months in 2025. We are now up to just shy of 500 units of permanent supportive housing open on the West LA campus. And if I could sorry, Ms. Hammond, I'm going to steal some of your thunder. A bit of a spoiler alert. We have met our agency goals for our homeless programs this year, 2 months ahead of schedule. What that means is that we will continue to press on for the remaining time of this fiscal year, and we will move beyond those goals. It's not a stopping point or resting point. It's just a notation, and we'll continue to drive forward. So thanks to your whole team as we do that. At the same time this morning, you're also going to hear about our growing community at West Los Angeles that is anchored in things like our Peer Center, our Veterans Garden, and our Food Hub, which has been nationally recognized through VA as, and if I can borrow the phrase, industry leader. What we are doing here is done on a scope and scale and with expertise and clinical oversight not done anywhere in VA. And I've had a really, I'm just so impressed with their work, and I've learned a lot about the difference between a food bank and a food hub and the clinical role that this program provides when we look at nutrition as healthcare. So I look forward to that. While we continue on this important work, I think it's also important to remember that we also operate one of VA's largest and most complex healthcare systems here every single day. We continue to serve about 90,000 veterans at 11 different sites of care across 20,000 square miles in 5 counties of Southern California, the Central Valley, and the Central Coast. We do that with just over 5,000 employees. And if I could borrow Chief Cyrek's phrase about budget, that's actually something that I use here a lot when I talk to new employees. This fiscal year, it cost about $1.7 billion to operate this healthcare system, which is a large number. Over $1 billion of that is not the equipment, the buildings, the supplies, the pharmaceuticals. It's those 5,000 plus employees who come to work here every single day and enter our clinics and spaces where we serve veterans to take care of veterans first. That's a big investment. The chief also mentioned that VA has opened 16 new clinics across the country this year. Starting next week, we can add another one and take that number up to 17. Next week, we will open a new outpatient clinic in the Antelope Valley in Lancaster. This is a 20,000 square foot clinic that will, of course, like all our outpatient clinics, be anchored in primary care and mental health, but we are bringing significant new specialty care services to this important part of Los Angeles County that, I'll be very frank, has been underserved by VA for many, many years. There is incredible excitement in the Antelope Valley by veterans about what this clinic will mean. But as I've told the team that is very busy there, in fact, this week, training and activating the clinic, it's the phrase we use, that again, it's not the building, it's not the great facility that we've built there. It's every single one of them who are coming with the right mindset, training, and sense of obligation to serving veterans, in this case, in Lancaster, closer to home. And the expectations are very, very high in that community. I think we have a lot of veterans in the Antelope Valley who gave VA a try and found that what we were offering through a much smaller clinic operated by a contractor did not meet their needs. And they walked away from the benefits that they've earned. Those veterans will come back. And it's our obligation to meet them because we don't want them to leave a second time. So expectations are very high there, and we will meet those expectations. One of the things that I'm most excited about is even in a 20,000 square foot clinic, which is about a medium-sized outpatient clinic by VA standards, we have built a separate women's health clinic with a separate entrance, separate waiting room, separate exam and consult room so that we can deliver the gender-specific care that women veterans have also earned. This summer, we also had an important event here. It may sound a little bit like inside baseball, but it's really not. We had our triennial accreditation survey performed by the Joint Commission. This is a very intensive survey. It happens every 3 years. It is unannounced. The Joint Commission arrives on a Monday morning and tells you that they are here. And the Joint Commission goes into every space, every clinic. They examine competency folders for our staff. They examine clinical records, care plans. They get into crawl spaces and look at everything that we do. They were here for 5 days. They did a site visit to our San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura clinics, in addition to West Los Angeles, Sepulveda, and our Los Angeles Ambulatory Care Center. The lead surveyor told me that for a system as big and complex as we are, we did extraordinarily well. And I'm very proud of our team for their commitment to delivering safe, high quality care. But what this also does is tell the public, Congress, all of our stakeholders, but most importantly, veterans, that this is a safe place for them to come for care. And that that gold seal, or this actual gold seal that we get from the Joint Commission means something. And as a veteran who gets all of my care here too, I really do appreciate that. I'll just close with this, and it's something that I say to all new employees who join our healthcare system. No matter the responsibility that they have, no matter the job, the initials after their name, at the end of the day, those things are all important. But when I'm talking to new employees, and I talk to every new employee who joins our healthcare system, I really don't care about any of that. What's important is that people come to work in our healthcare system every single day, recognizing that we are public servants. We work for the American people. Our mission is to put veterans first and deliver the care that veterans have earned and deserve. And we are continuing to do that. There is plenty of room for improvement. There always is, there always will be. And the voices of our stakeholders in the community and this board are very important in ensuring that we stay centered on that improvement journey. So thank you all for your time today, and look forward to the remainder of the meeting. Chi, am I turning it back over to you? Okay, all right, thank you all.
Thank you, Director. All right, well, we've got some presentations today from Greater LA as well as the principal developer team. So I'm going to let Andrew take over and start his presentation. Thank you for all the comments.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can I get a sound check?
We can hear you.
Yep, you're good.
All right, thanks everyone. Thanks for bearing with us as we work through the audio for this meeting. I'm going to share my screen. And can I just get confirmation you can see our slides?
We can see it.
Yes, you can see it.
Excellent. Thanks, everyone. So my name's Andrew Strain. I'm a program manager in the Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System Office of Strategic Facility and Master Planning. We're here today to provide some updates on what's going on campus with the master plan, some of our housing goals, and then with some more recent initiatives in addition to housing that we've opened on the campus to support the growing veteran community here. I'm going to be presenting some of these topics, and I'm also going to be joined by Sally Hammett and Sherry Cushins-Moore, who are going to be filling in on some of the homeless data and food initiatives that we have going here. So first, just to kind of reorient everyone to the Master Plan 2022 and the kind of zones that were set up as part of that plan. You can see in this map here, there's 4 zones that were outlined in this 2022 document. There was a thought around concentrating the healthcare services and clinical services to the south of Wilshire Boulevard in Zone 1. That's where Building 500 is, our main hospital. There's our long-term care and auxiliary services in Zone 2, where some of our administrative buildings are, our CLCs, which are like assisted living facilities, our domiciliary programs, and some of our transitional housing programs. Zone 3 in red here is where our enhanced use lease programs have been progressing a lot of construction of veteran housing through HUD-VASH, which is project-based voucher housing on campus. The last time we met, there were 307 apartments that were open in Zone 3. Today, there are almost 500 and another 3 buildings that are opening over the next month, hopefully one opening this week, which I'll talk a little bit more about. And then Zone 4 is kind of this outer area where there's opportunities for recreation, employment, and connection to the local community. And we'll talk about some of the programs that are going on in this zone in this presentation as well. So first, just taking a closer look at Zone 3 and some of the enhanced use lease progress over the past few years. This slide outlines the buildings that are open right now on campus. We have 7 buildings, a combination of adaptive reuse and new construction, which are open and have kind of moved past the lease up process and we consider operational at this point. I know there's a lot of data on this slide, but just want to call out the occupancy percentages, which are in the far right column here. Typically, when we're seeing these operational buildings, they are hovering around 90% occupancy, and obviously wanting to move veterans in and have full occupancy to the extent possible. We also show on here, just I think in response to some of the board's questions in advance of this meeting, some of the referral data we have in terms of when these buildings are in their lease up process, how many veterans are being referred as part of that initial lease up. So like I mentioned, it's 500, give or take, units that are open at this time. And you can see those locations in the map on the right here. I mentioned we have 3 additional buildings that are opening over the next few weeks, and then a total of 5 buildings that are under construction right now. So the next building, which is well underway in the lease up process, hopefully opening any day now, just waiting for the Public Housing Authority to issue the HAP contract, as I understand it. But that's 651 MacArthur Avenue. This is in partnership with Core Affordable, who did a 2-phase construction on this parcel. So this is phase 2 and is 74 units. Really excited for veterans to move into this building. They have, we did the welcome basket events. We've got kind of the units that are getting staged and ready for veterans to move into their homes. It's 651 MacArthur. Also opening very, very soon are 2 renovation projects, 707 and 717 Bonsall. These are really cool kind of old residential buildings on campus that have been mothballed for many, many years and are finally set to reopen. I think our developer partner, Century Housing, part of the principal developer team, has just done a wonderful job with restoring these buildings, kind of taking the adaptive reuse elements and their historic charm and really emphasizing that in their design and construction of these buildings. It's really impactful to see the historic preservation process here contributing to building these homes that are really appealing for veterans to move into. So again, very excited about 707, 717, 721 should follow soon thereafter, and will be kind of a quad and all Century Housing adaptive reuse projects. Building 210 with our principal developer partner, US Vets, is also well underway. Excited about this building and its prioritization of female veterans. Again, the principal developer team will be presenting after this and can share a lot more details on these buildings. But just want to thank our developer partners and just all of the collaboration that goes into advancing these housing construction buildings. Finally, we're gearing up with 4 more EULs that should hopefully begin construction over the coming months. This includes 2 adaptive reuses, Building 300, which was previously our food nutrition service kitchen. That function moved to our South Campus in Zone 1, and this building will be one of the first mixed-use buildings with housing 43 units on the upper levels and some amenity spaces on the ground floor, including a coffee shop and the food hub. Buildings 408 and 409 are new construction, a more mixed use in kind of the town center area. And building 256 will be an adaptive reuse. It was formerly full VA services. We've been able to relocate them to other buildings kind of in the South Campus, and excited to see that project kicked off as well. So these are the next phase of housing that should begin construction starting in September and through the end of the year. Do have some slides just with photos of 2 of the more recent buildings to open. These were both new construction, 701 MacArthur and 11400 Vandergrift. I'm really trying to be better at using the addresses. We want to refer to these buildings by their addresses, as these are veterans' homes. Again, just really thankful for the partnership we have with the developer team. They will have some slides and I think a lot more photos kind of showing these buildings, but they really do look great and are just about fully leased up and occupied at this point. To be able to support these projects, and I know we've talked with the board about this over our meetings over the past couple of years, but there's been a lot of investment into infrastructure that's required to bring these housing units online. Our big push right now is on our long-term water project, which has upgraded our domestic and fire water lines across the North Campus. It's been a pretty impactful project, and I appreciate the patience and flexibility of all our current veteran residents and staff who deal with road closures on a daily basis and construction impacts of having this holistic upgrade to our water lines underway. It's a project that is really scaled to bring all 1,200 units that are in that master plan 2022 online. And bring about appropriate water flow and capacity on the North Campus for this community. Also, for those who have been on campus lately, probably recognize that our roads are in tough shape. Again, with all of the construction that's happened in this area, we have a lot of heavy vehicles that provide a lot of wear and tear on our streets. So we do have a repaving project that is underway to fix up some of the potholes and street conditions. This is going to be probably an ongoing effort. We will continue to have construction over the next few years, and it will be important for us to continue to maintain our streets at an appropriate level for all of the residents who live here. One other project that we want to bring to the board's attention as part of the historic preservation efforts. Folks may be aware of the trolley station and the Hoover Barracks. These are 2 buildings that are in kind of that central town center area by Pershing Avenue. That's about to be a pretty heavy construction area with 2 new construction projects going starting over the next couple months. So what we've planned to do is relocate these buildings to an area closer to the chapel in front of building 218. This process will ensure that they're stabilized and do not potentially fall over or get damaged by the heavy construction that's going to be occurring right next door to them. So we want to see these buildings as kind of monument to history. We want to see them incorporated in the long-term plan. This is actually not the first time either building has been moved over the history of the campus here. But we do want to make sure they're kind of out of harm's way when this construction kicks off. And this will be done in a very deliberate way. There are plans to have kind of secure fencing and plaque kind of memorializing what these buildings were and what they are planned to be in the future. And we'll make sure that they're preserved in a way that can contribute to this community that's growing on campus. I think next I'm going to turn it over to Sally Hammett, our interim Deputy Medical Center Director, to go over some of the homeless programs updates.
Thank you, Andrew. And I just want to make sure that all of you can hear me. Okay, just a quick sound check.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So a little bit of a job change since I last saw you in the last board meeting in December. My boss retired and I was detailed as the interim Deputy Medical Center Director. And Dr. Edna Naito Chan has been detailed as the acting CSRS chief. But what hasn't changed is the amount of pride that I have for the teams that work in the homeless programs, and also those of our community partners that are working right alongside us to make sure we meet these goals. So hot off the press, we got these numbers on Friday, and we have officially met our goal to house 1,830 veterans in fiscal year 25. We've got a couple more months left and we are not going to let up here. And again, you can kind of see the month by month trending. We've stayed pretty steady through the last couple of months, and we have some new buildings opening, so I think you're going to see a jump in August and September as well. Next slide, please. The second goal, really important to us, that those who are housed stayed housed. And so we want to prevent those returns to homelessness. And we are tracking 3.5% have fallen back into homelessness. We know who those individuals are. We're continuing to outreach those individuals, and we're expecting to meet that goal of maintaining 95% of those who are housed, maintaining their housing. Next slide, please. The third goal, which is important, and you'll see a couple of new goals as we move forward, is engagement with those that are extremely vulnerable, our unsheltered veterans. And so as you can see, we are on track to meet this goal as well. We're at over 86%, and really have deployed some really great efforts with community partners doing unsheltered surge events, which we'll talk about in the next slide, please. So goal 4 is new, and you may not have seen that unless you're Googling online, but there was an implementation nationwide for each medical center to deploy unsheltered outreach surge events. And so GLA has done several of these. And so we've met goal 4. In fact, we actually have a surge event today that's happening in the downtown Los Angeles area. And that surge event partners us with community partners, outreach workers, SSVF, our grant per diem sites, and really in an effort to identify veterans, bring them indoors, either into interim or permanent housing. Next slide, please. Goal 5, nationally, VA has set a goal to move at least 20,000 unsheltered veterans into interim or permanent housing. Our goal here at GLA is set, and we are at 90.4% for this target outcome. And so as you can see here, we have sheltered 987 veterans from street homeless to interim or transitional or permanent housing. So we anticipate meeting this goal as well. And we're doing this again collaboratively with all of our partners in strategic ways throughout the fiscal year. Next slide, please. One thing that has changed since we met last is significant efforts to ensure that we're identifying every veteran that's experiencing unsheltered or sheltered homelessness. And so this is as of last week, our by name list snapshot. And we're really excited with our partnership with LASA. We have hopefully being deployed on the 22nd, so this Friday, a dashboard where we'll have a public dashboard that we can see this information and it updates every single day. So the teams have done a lot of work on this, and you can see each SPA here, total number of veterans on our by name list, and this does not include our outlying areas in counties, not including LA. But just under 1,500 individuals. And you can see the breakout of each SPA. Notice SPA 5 on our medical center campus. Those sheltered veterans in SPA 5 account for a lot. That's going to be our transitional housing, a bridge home, New Directions, CTRS. So all of those folks are counted in that number. But really great work with the teams. They're all meeting for each SPA every single week and getting together and case managing and connecting veterans as quickly as we can to housing pathways. Next slide, please. And here you can see this just breaks that number that we went over out by gender and by age. So as you can see, the breakout there, and we are working to make sure that household size is something that we're capturing on that by name list dashboard as well. Next slide, please. The next couple topics that we want to talk about involve activities here on our campus. We know there's a lot of construction happening, and we must be flexible about the way we reach to veterans, knowing that there may not be permanency in the physical space of the peer center that's been developed, but we know that we want to provide activities and opportunities to socialize and engage in positive activities. And so I think we're doing okay on time. So why don't we go ahead and share before I start talking about the peer center. We have a couple of videos we want to share with you. Since we met last in January, we opened up our Veteran Peer Center. And so we're going to show you a couple of videos about that. Each is just about 2 to 3 minutes long.
It's not really playing for us.
I'm not sure we have sound on the video if the audio is connected.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think even if we had audio, it wouldn't be working.
Yeah, it's like splotchy.
Yeah, you know what? We'll go ahead and put the links in the chat so you can take a look at that on your own. But what you'll see on those videos is a testimonial. Oh, sorry, there's no chat. I was just informed. So we will send you those links so that you can see them. You can also Google that too. Our Peer Center, these videos will show you a tour of the Peer Center and also some testimonials from veterans and what this Peer Center means to them. A great example of how we partner. We've talked a lot about one team in various board meetings. This is an opportunity for us to partner with other agencies, DAV, LA County Military and Veteran Affairs, our Veteran Peer Access Network, and Village for Vets and VA to bring partner peers together with VA peers serving one another in this space. And this gives veterans an opportunity to socialize, recreate, and relax. And as I mentioned, those doors opened late January. All veterans are welcome, even if they don't live on campus. And if you're driving around the area, you'll see a lot of construction in that area, and that has limited some visibility. But nonetheless, the Peer Center has served an average of 27 veterans daily in July 2025. And the operating hours of the Peer Center, is that on the previous slide, Andrew?
It's 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on some days and 7 p.m. on a few days of the week. So it opens at 10 a.m.
And we are looking forward to expanding those weekend hours as we're able to do that with staffing. We have
during the week 10 to 7 and Saturdays 10 to 7, Sundays 10 to 5. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, right now it's only open during weekdays. So it's 10 to 5 p.m. I think on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday or Friday. It's 3 days that it's 10 to 5 and 2 days that it's 10 to 7.
And those weekend activities are special events. We've held Super Bowl parties and we've held special events on the weekends, and those take quite a bit of planning and volunteer staff. Most of the veterans, I think it's important to note that we thought that most of the veterans that use this center would be people already living on campus. And we were surprised to see that about 30% of those visiting live off campus. And they'll come to the Peer Center and spend some time between their medical appointments. In fact, if you watch that video after we send you the link to it, you'll see someone talking about the opportunities she spends between appointments connecting with her fellow veterans. And it's interesting to see how veterans have started to engage and be a part of claiming that space as their own, making that their own, cooking meals together, and really creating groups and identifying groups that they wish to experience at the Peer Center. We have a group of researchers that are doing some research on veterans that have been spending time at the Peer Center and those health outcomes. And so those preliminary findings were shared during a Veteran Peer Council meeting. That Peer Council meeting is an opportunity for veterans and the peers to come together and for the veterans to use their voice to shift this Peer Center into what they want to see as they live on this community. And again, we know that we'll have to be flexible about the space as our campus evolves. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Sherry to talk about the Veteran Garden and the Food Hub. We were a little bit nervous about how will we operate this, and we don't have the staff to do it. And all of our peers and our partner peers are leading these efforts alongside of food nutrition services, whole health, and others. So Sherry, thank you for your contributions here, and I'm excited for you to share this information with the team because this is very new since the last time we were here.
Yeah, so I think Sherry and I are going to kind of tag team this part of the presentation. But first, just wanted to make sure I got the days right. So it's the Peer Center hours are Monday, Tuesday, Friday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Wednesday, Thursday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. And we have a website that was on this slide with the location, those hours, group email if you have any questions. and we will share these slides in that link. On the Vets Garden, thanks, Sherry, for joining this presentation. Jennifer Allen, who I think has presented to the board in the past as well, sends her regrets that she can't make this meeting, but is really excited about just some of the developments at the Vets Garden. It's one thing to show this on slides, but I would really encourage everyone to, if you have a chance, go there yourself and just see how different this space looks from a year ago, and all of the wonderful plants, food, and activities that are happening there. This is a therapeutic space that's meant to grow organic, nutritious foods for the veteran population in the greater Los Angeles area. And our whole health program has really leaned into developing this space as a resource for the veteran community here in partnership with a nonprofit called Grow Good. Grow Good is providing agriculture skills training programs that hire veterans, and they currently have 5 veteran trainees and have 5 more that are onboarding, many of which who live on campus and are at the garden as part of their employment. So it's been a really successful program. And I want to turn it over to Sherry to talk a little bit about how that program interfaces with our food nutrition service activities on campus.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. So my name is Sherry. I am one of the nutrition section chiefs here at GLA and the co-chair of the Veteran Food Security Committee, one of the leads with Jennifer Allen for the Food Hub. So just how the garden interfaces, like Andrew was talking about with the Food Hub. So all of the produce that's grown in the garden is organic and utilizes regenerative farming practices. And one of its missions, not only kind of as a therapeutic space within the garden, but also to grow food, for the veterans to grow food, to bring to our Food Hub so that we can then distribute it to our fellow veterans. In the past 2 months, we have grown and donated over 300 pounds of produce. It is gorgeous and colorful. We have gotten everything from tomatoes to lettuce to radishes to rosemary and basil. They bring twice a week all of that produce that they harvest up to the hub. And we look forward to continuing just our variety of what we grow, and so that we can add that to our hub. So let's talk about this Food Hub. So this Food Hub here at the West LA campus, we are one of 14 pilot sites across the enterprise. And we opened our doors, a lot of previous planning. We opened our doors in April of this year. So we're going on our 4th month. And we are open 5 days a week from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And that is only possible because of our peer support specialists. Our hub, just as a background, Mr. Merchant talked a lot about the difference between a food bank and a food hub. So I want to share that with you all. So a food bank really is immediate access to food. And obviously that is really important and our primary goal, especially for our food insecure veterans here on campus and throughout our healthcare system. But the difference of a food hub is it's really meant to be a clinical space. So in this Food Hub, not only do they get immediate access to food, but we have same-day connections. It's really a point of care. So we have same-day connections to nutrition, to social work, and to other clinical services. It is a choice model, so everything that is available for the day is up on a board, and the veteran gets to choose what foods they would like. And that access to clinical care, whether it's a dietitian, or a health coach, can help them make those decisions about what foods they choose, what foods are best for them, and what foods are going to really support their health and their wellness. And so I think in that sense, we're really looking at the whole picture and the whole veteran. We also connect them to services for long-term care. So we really want to address the root cause of food insecurity and help them move to nutrition security. I think next slide. So just a report, as I mentioned, we opened our doors in April. You can see here we have logged the visits and uniques by month. You can see that huge spike in May, June, and July. The construction, as we've all talked about, is happening actually right around the building of the food hub. And despite that, in July, we continued to grow. And you'll see since April, we have distributed over 19,000 pounds of food. We have served over 400 unique veterans and almost 1,400 visits, which is really incredible. And in July alone, we distributed over 6,200 pounds of food. This food is all donated. And our goal is really, again, to provide nutritious food for our veterans. And you can see there, we also broke down housing status. So kind of where most of the veterans visiting the food hub are coming from. You can see almost half from our on-campus housing, and then some from permanent housing off campus, and some from our on-campus transitional housing as well.
Thank you, Sherry. And, you know, as discussed, we know that we have lots of development happening on campus. What we know is that veterans need these types of activities. And so regardless of where the peer center or the food hub ends up, we know that that has been a strong impact on the life of the veterans that are living on our campus and those that are living off our campus and coming to visit as well.
Can I ask a question now?
It's like someone said they had a question.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a question for you. This is Sarah Hunter. Sally, thanks for that presentation, especially around the by name list. Now, I know there's some controversy, but the latest point in time count estimates the number of veterans living in Los Angeles County is just over 3,000. But your numbers are like half that. And I think, you know, what you're doing is, you know, checking the validity of that veteran count. But I think we learned, we had proposed that the VA use that by name list rather than the point in time count estimates moving forward. But that there was a non-concur on that recommendation. So I just wondered, like, what, you know, what's the current standing and resolve around the point in time number and the number that you're using and how to resolve that? Thanks.
Thank you for that question, Sarah. And I will say, we do feel strongly that our by name list is a strongest representation of who is experiencing homelessness in our area. What I can tell you is there's been some conversations with HUD as well as LASA and USC. For this year, we did not rely on our by name list as opposed to the PIT count because the methodology would need to be pushed forward at the beginning of that cycle. And so the HUD did mention they acknowledged and they supported our desire to use the by name list moving forward. And University of Southern California, as you probably remember from previous board meetings, we worked with them on doing Vet Connect pilots, where we went out and we, similar to the PIT count, but actually engaged with individuals and then verified their veteran status. And what we found is anywhere from 15 to 40% in some cases said they were veterans, but then when we actually did the verification process, they were not showing up as veterans. So we are continuing that discussion, and our hope is that we can use that by name list as we feel that that's the most representative of the population that we're serving.
Thank you, Sally.
Oh, go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
Kara,
Stephanie.
and then I'll go.
Okay, I'll quickly jump in. I looked at the county's pit count presentation, just the PDF that they have up on their site. It has historically included numbers for veterans, but it didn't this year. Do you know why I don't know whether they're not going to include that or whether they are working to finalize those numbers, but do you know why they're not on the county's presentation this year?
Yes,
Kara.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Kara, I had to dig into the USC methodology report to get that information. That's also on that website, but I'm happy to shoot an email over to you with the reports from the last 4 years. I just looked at those, which ahead of this meeting, honestly, the numbers last year were also around the 3,000 amount. And in 2023, it was 3,800, just over. In 2022, it was around 3,500. So we're seeing reductions, but from year to year, they've stayed up pretty steady according to their estimates. But I think Sally brought up a good point around those being self-reported information and just estimates. But yeah, unfortunately, they're not making it into that overall PowerPoint slide anymore, and you kind of have to dig into those reports.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, the county and the city are great partners with us. We rely on our VA data and will continue to do so and continue to partner with the city as any veteran-specific data is released.
Hi, Stephanie Cohen for the record. Just a reminder to everyone to state your name when you're speaking. I have a number of questions. Andrew, I'm going to start with you. I hope that you're still there. Since you guys presented several things, I have about 6 questions listed. So Andrew, just confirming that you're still on.
Hey, I'm still here, Stephanie.
Hi, good to see you. Few questions. So on the address issue, I know that you mentioned that you are trying to go through and be diligent about using the actual address. Has that issue been resolved? So like when I type in an address into Google, am I able to be routed directly to the building that has an address now? And are those addresses completely done with USPS? Like, is this an official address change that has happened?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so Google everything is updated for address specificity.
To our best efforts, yes, it's all coordinated through USPS, like you mentioned.
Okay, great.
So yeah, I think we're there. Some of these buildings have historic building numbers for the adaptive reuse. So it can be multiple results that show up, but we're really trying to drive traffic towards the addresses, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's great. I think on whenever our last information meeting was, we asked a question about the landfill issue with LA County Public Health. I don't think that anybody gave an update on that just now. So I'd like to know how VA is managing that issue and whether or not it's stopping any progress on housing. Doesn't look like it is from the presentations that we've had so far, but I'd really like to have an update.
Okay. Yeah, I will take a crack at it. And Chelsea Black, the interim chief of planning, is also on. She has become the legacy landfill expert, and has really worked closely with our partners at the county and the state CalRecycle on this topic. I think the short answer is no, we're not seeing that this is providing any delays at this time. We have a very open dialogue with the county local enforcement agency who was on site a couple weeks ago, touring these new buildings and the Arroyo. This legacy landfill I think it was really helpful for them to see this in person and understand actually that it's a big valley. It's not a big pile of old trash. It's something that we have been monitoring over the past years. We've also have kind of a multifaceted planning process that we've agreed to with our developer partners and the local enforcement agency around methane monitoring in the individual buildings, as well as perimeter monitoring for the legacy landfill area itself. So I think, this partnership has helped us stay on track with the housing construction, and by having very kind of open lines of communication with our partners at the county level, I think we're on a good path forward with this topic.
Thank you for that. One last question for you, Andrew. On the water line, you gave an update on the fact that it's happening. What is the status of the water line, the permanent solution being completed? Is it done already, or where are we in that process? I sort of lost track of it.
It is ongoing. I will pull some information on the timeline. Right now, the work is concentrated kind of around building 306 and along Bonsall Avenue. It's been something that we're doing obviously in segments to avoid shutting down roads and maintaining detour routes. So the project construction is underway. I'm going to have to dig up kind of the latest anticipated completion date and can circle back with the board with that information.
I'd like an understanding of what the process has been thus far and where we're headed. We had a really good understanding. I think Alan used to give us updates on, Alan Trin used to give us updates when we were talking about funding the project, the short-term and long-term solutions. And I don't think we've heard an update since. So I'd really like to understand where that is, including which pieces are funded and which pieces aren't, if there are pieces that are not funded. My understanding was that the whole project was funded. And so I just want to be sure that we're still on track with that funding.
For sure, yeah. So it's been a while since we met. I think the short-term project is complete. So that is funded and closed out. And we're now working through the long-term project, which I understand does have all its construction funding. So it's underway, and I don't think there's a funding gap for this specific project. But again, this is scoped to kind of accommodate the needs of the Master Plan 2022 and all of the housing that's contemplated in that document. So if there were changes to that plan, that might require an additional design and study of where we would bring additional lines.
Okay, great. So you can get that information to Chi and he can send it to the board. That would be great. Thank you, Andrew, for answering my questions. Sally and maybe Rob Merchant, I have a few more questions. And Dave, I don't know how you were able to raise your hand because mine is grayed out. I can't raise my hand, so I'm sorry that I'm taking so much time, but I promise I'll get through my questions quickly. My next question is about policing and VAPD. I know that we created a program that allowed VAPD to co-respond with the LA County Sheriff in a VMET team model. Now that there's so much housing on campus, I don't know that we've had an update on the status of VAPD and mental health response calls. I'd really like to just know how VMET is going, if VMET is still operational, and how it's playing into the units on campus. I don't want to call on anyone, but like
No, that's fine.
maybe.
I can actually take that, Stephanie.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we know that VMET is critical, and VMET is still operational and continues to move into responses on campus. Do we have enough of that for our existing campus? I think the answer would be no to that. We certainly want to use our social workers here on campus to the top of their license, even if they're not operating in VMET. So while our officers are partnering with VMET, there's one social worker, and I think one that's coming on board, if I'm not mistaken. We have social workers that work on our campus. And so right now there is work to get social workers trained by the county so that they actually have the ability to place holds if necessary. And that's in conjunction with our chief of social work here at GLA. So the teams are working on standard operating procedures for that and getting trained up. And so I anticipate we'll see folks at CTRS, folks at a bridge home, but also social workers that are embedded in our EULs to be able to assist with that, because we know that's a big lift, and we probably don't have the resources that we'd like to see in that space.
So for our next VCOEB meeting, can I request that we have an overview of the current VMET program? How many calls are going to on-campus housing, monthly, weekly, whatever the frequency is that you guys are tracking that data? And then I'd really like to understand that plan that you just discussed, Sally, about embedding social workers in each program that can coordinate with VAPD. I think ultimately that if there is such a high number of calls to VAPD that requires a VMET response, we have a challenge in the way we're providing wraparound services in the mental health space, and that's concerning for me. So I'd really like to better understand some of that data so that we can start to really look at the wraparound service issue and make sure that we're providing adequate mental health mental health services on campus. So I don't need the answer now, but I do think that this is something we haven't focused on for several meetings, and I'd really like to have a better understanding of it.
Yeah, Stephanie, one more piece to your question that I think I'm really excited about, given that one of my first jobs in the VA was as a veteran justice outreach specialist. We are in the process of hiring 2 dedicated VJO specialists for West LA campus. And we are partnering, the homeless programs teams are partnering with VA police to ensure deflection efforts. We're bringing in some folks to train social workers and law enforcement around deflection, and hopeful to explore the opportunities for veteran treatment courts and those kind of justice involved activities, including that partnership with suicide prevention, mental health, and veteran justice outreach here on our campus.
That's great. I know that for years we have talked about co-locating a veteran treatment court on campus. I want to make sure that just confirm that you're working closely with the county on that, and that Jim Zenner is your lead in trying to bring that veteran treatment court to the campus.
Yeah, I know Jim's on the call, so he can endorse that for you. Yeah, we're lockstep with them. Great.
My last question is around HUD-VASH staffing. I'd like to know how staffing is post-RIF, and then, what your total staffing goal is and how many vacancies we're at in the HUD-VASH program.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Stephanie. We dipped just below 90% this last month. The good news is we have been able to hire social workers and peers for HUD-VASH. We've been doing a really great job ensuring that our positions are staffed. We did dip in HUD-VASH just below 90%. I think we're at 89%. And as far as total FTE, I am going to find that. I'll have to pull that up for you, Stephanie, but we fortunately were able to continue hiring those positions. So we have not been impacted by having to have a freeze or anything like that, or RIF. We did see some folks that retired, but we're happy that we're sticking right by 90%. We dipped a little bit below, but we're working hard to make sure that those positions are filled.
That's
And Stephanie, this is Rob Merchant speaking. Just a couple of things that I want to make sure that I hit. One, since the board last met, we have a new chief of police here at GLA. His name is Chris Leduc. He is doing an excellent job looking at the entirety of our police service across all of not just West LA, but all the sites that we serve. And I think the board would benefit from hearing from Chief Leduc at our next meeting. We are looking at things importantly, like making sure that we have the right number of officers in the right categories, in the right places. So I thanks for raising that question. I think that would be valuable information for the board. And I just want to clarify something for the record because my ears perked up when I heard you say something. I just want to be very clear. There's been no RIF here at VA. And in fact, employees like social workers have been exempted from programs like deferred retirement and deferred resignation and those other things. So there hasn't been a RIF, and I just want to be clear about that, and I'll just leave it at that.
That's
And-
great. I would love to hear from the new chief. I know that Rob, a long time ago, we had conversations. I don't remember which director it was about jurisdictional issues with VAPD. And I'd love for the new chief just to give us an update and overview on what that means in today's world. I know that a lot of work has happened in partnership between the Sheriff's Department and VAPD, but LAPD is still first responder in the area. So I want to make sure that we're clear on what police and fire services look like for the campus, because I don't think we've discussed that in a while.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that next meeting.
Great.
And Stephanie, just to go back to your question about HUD-VASH staffing, we have a total of 237 FTE in HUD-VASH, and that we're accounting for 29 vacancies right now. So that puts us at 89.1% as of August 1st. We did have some folks start recently, so that might have changed a bit.
That's great. Thank you. I also just want to say to the board and some of the newer board members that this is a huge improvement in staffing from 10 years ago. When we started these conversations about HUD-VASH program staffing, there were huge vacancy numbers. And so, thank you to the HUD-VASH SIRS leadership, to Rob, to you and your leadership for focusing on that. 89% isn't 100%, but I think that it is much better than having the 75 vacancies that used to exist in the department. So that's really critical. I know I said it was my last question, but Rob, I just want you to clarify, when you did your opening remarks, you made a comment about already meeting the goal for this year in housing. And I wanted to just clarify what that goal is and what it includes, because I think in the past, GLA has included all types of housing in a housing number. So SSVF, other types of placements, plus permanent housing. And I just want to, know what the breakdown is.
All right, thanks, Stephanie. I'll ask Sally to go into the details there.
Yeah, thank you. So that goal was set for us at 1,830 individual veterans permanently housed. And we take those housing placements from a variety of sources. So that, obviously HUD-VASH, SSVF, but we also see shared placements as well. So that could be individuals that are living in a GPD site that are also co-enrolled in HUD-VASH. But essentially 1,830 individual veterans housed for this fiscal year. And it doesn't break down how many should go to HUD-VASH, how many should go to SSVF. It doesn't break down that level of detail though, Stephanie.
Okay, that's helpful. I think it would be more helpful to break down those numbers, but yeah, I understand what this
Sure.
is.
And you can see on the chart there, the breakdown, and it's not super clear, but maybe in future iterations, I can try to spec that out specifically by housing intervention.
Yeah, I mean, I just think like veterans housed as a general number is an important number, but different types of housing mean different types of things. And I want to make sure that we're really focused on getting permanent placements for veterans so that they can sustain long term.
Yeah, and to be clear, 1,830 is permanent housing placements. So that doesn't include someone that goes into interim housing. That has to be someone's own apartment. Where they're
Okay.
mixed up.
Or I'm gonna just ask if you're sure of that because that's not been the case in the past when you report numbers of veterans housed.
Yeah, these are permanent housing placements.
Okay.
So veterans who enter into their own permanent independent housing.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And thanks to my fellow board members for giving me so much time.
Hey, Stephanie, real quick, just to close the loop on your question regarding the long-term water project. So consulted with my engineering colleagues. This is set to finish phase 1. It's kind of working its way north to south. Phase 1 should be done by the end of the year. And then phase 2 should be done in early spring 2026. But we can provide more details if you're looking for that.
Is it only 2 phases?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Really appreciate it.
You bet. I think Dave may have had his hand up next.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Dave Weiner, VAPD, Chief of Police retired. Andrew, this question is for you, and it kind of piggybacks off of Stephanie's question about addresses. Were those also updated with emergency services? Just to make sure, because historically, at least on campus, I know sometimes building numbers are always referenced, but when we have fire response, they also know that. So was that part of the USPS piece, hopefully?
It was, yeah. We're in pretty close communication with LA City Fire Department, which is the first responder for fire issues on campus. They have a really open line of communication with our VA police in the event of emergencies. Usually it'll be a VA police officer assisting with any wayfinding once they arrive on campus, but they're pretty familiar with the location of all these buildings, and we want to be really forward with sharing that information with our partners at the local level.
Great, thank you. And to piggyback off of Director Merchant's comment about Chief LeDuc, Stephanie, I've met with the chief on a couple of occasions, and we've talked through VMET, we've talked through a lot of response, and there are some efforts currently underway to kind of bring everybody together, sort of like a task force almost, with our LAPD partners, sheriff partners, kind of everybody kind of involved to help address some of these things. I would agree with you that that's not the answer for the campus. It is a tool. It is a tool. And I know our partners out there are working diligently despite everybody having staffing issues. But I think having everybody kind of come together at the table and kind of figure that out will be appropriate. But I also agree that having Chief LeDuc come and share some of the things they've been working on is super important. You know, again, I've had some great conversations with him, and I know he's the right person to be leading this. So that's all I got. I will try to put my hand down now. There we go.
I also have some questions. I'd like to take my proper place in line, so.
Kara, let's let Beth go next, and then we'll go to you after Beth.
Great.
Great, Beth Sandor. First a comment and then a question. Just congratulations to Sally and the team on the incredible work on having like monthly, sounds like maybe daily data on the number of veterans that are experiencing homelessness in LA County. That is a huge milestone. And just, I know that has not been easy work. So congratulations on that. Maybe related to that, I was curious about what the current HUD voucher utilization rates are.
Yes, thank you. So we're looking at the about 8, if we look at just our project base, and as you know, Beth, we've consistently, it's been easier with that, usually around 80 to 85%. We're at 84% of our project base right now. And our utilization, just switch dashboards here. Right now, when we look at our total allocation, as you know, that includes vouchers that are in development. So veterans aren't able to move in. So we go by the 8,295 voucher allocation in our denominator. 77.8% of those vouchers are utilized. 71.2% of those veterans are housed. So looking at about 22% of our vouchers that are available for use out of that denominator. And those of you who have heard me talk about this before, we have vouchers that go to the Department of Health Services for CCM, and we also have vouchers that are in development for PBVs that we're not counting there. So we still have some work to do, Beth, in terms of our utilization. Over 1,800 vouchers that are available for use in our denominator.
And are those largely tenant-based vouchers?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Thank you.
Good, Karen.
Okay, great, thank you. So actually going back to some of Dr. Davis's comments, I don't know if she is still on. I think she is. You had mentioned that there's no reportable kind of progress or final information relating to the action plan. Will there be an action plan submitted by the deadline, which I believe is September 5th? Is that still the goal of the VA?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Kara, good question. All of these questions I appreciate so much from you because they're not only informing our work with the advisory committee, but the work that is going on at the VA, across the VA, very diligently to develop an action plan related to the requirements in the executive order. So yes, there is work going on. Yes, the questions that you all are raising either have been or will be considered as we continue to build out that action plan. Yes, we will make the deadline. Yes, in the fullness of time, we will work to make sure that it not only reflects the historic value and work that's gone on through the Federal Advisory Committee related to the master plan, but to other sources of information. And we are doing what we can to make sure we listen, even now as it's going on. I'm being mindful of until that action plan is approved by leaders well above my pay grade. And also in the context of some of it's taking into consideration the ongoing litigation that we're limited in what we can share, but we will be doing that.
Okay. Also, I wanted to ask you for a clarification on something you said. And I understand that you are, unable to speak to the action plan. I believe that there's a non-disclosure agreement in place that I understand you need to be respectful of. I would, you had said that you, and when I say you, I mean, I think the broader VA understands the way in which the executive order impacts the master plan. Could you expand on that, on what you meant by that?
Okay. Clarification. As we move to create the recommended action plan to execute the EO, we are taking into account the master plan in place now and looking carefully at the progress that has been made, which is significant, certainly from when I was starting in 2017, and the kinds of issues, whether it's wraparound services, the construction and infrastructure, the security and safety, all of the things that have been considered in the master plan are underway at GLA with the input that you all provide all the time. Those are being looked at as we shape the action plan. It's not starting from scratch. It's not new ground. It is building on what's in place, what the plan is, what the goals are that we all share, even above and beyond the master plan, and what the progress has been made.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I personally have read the executive order a few times, and as I have reviewed it, I have been, I would say, the emphasis on care and services has resonated more each time I've read it, and I find that very encouraging. And I'm glad to hear that the master plan and redevelopment parameters or guidance to date are being, taken into consideration. Okay, so I have another question, and I think I brought this up at the last December meeting. I'd like to bring it up again. Apologies for not knowing specifically, whose purview this might fall under. My feeling is that maybe it's Sally's, but I'm not sure. I appreciate all the information on the food hub. That's very interesting, and it sounds wonderful. I would like to understand better how the veterans that are currently living in permanent housing, but also maybe in temporary housing on site, are obtaining their day-to-day needs. So in other words, where are they doing their food shopping other than the hub? Where are they getting fresh foods? How are they getting, any fruit or vegetables that they might have? And to the extent that there are any veterans that are in units that are not fully amenitized, in other words, I understand that some of the smaller units don't have ovens. Do these veterans that live in units like that have access to a broader set of amenities outside of their individual units? And if so, where? So I guess what I would like a better picture of is the day-to-day life for veterans currently living on the campus. And so I don't know exactly how that would be presented, but I would like to make that kind of a request that we get more information on how those needs are being met now. And then this is sort of an open question, and I don't know if it's relevant. I can't seem to find good information in the press. I was in Brentwood, just going back about a month. I know that there was a veteran that was stabbed to death at the Whole Foods. I don't know if that veteran was living on campus or associated at all with the West LA VA campus. And I guess open question, does anybody have any information on that?
Cara, this is Rob Merchant speaking. Thanks for those questions. And I'll start with the first one in a very general sense. And I think it's probably a longer discussion, maybe at the next meeting or an information exchange. I honestly think the best way to get that information about the veterans living in their homes here is from the veterans. And I would be very hesitant to speak for them and for their experiences. We can speak in general terms, but I just think that's the best way is to talk to the veterans who are living day to day here at West LA. So on the second question, there's obviously a tragic and horrific circumstance that happened just a couple of blocks from our community. There's not really anything that we can offer publicly in a meeting, but I do want to acknowledge an incredibly tragic circumstance.
And if I can just go back to the first question, Kara, thank you for that. And Sherry can also say something about this. Each veteran living on our campus obviously has a different set of circumstances. Someone, for example, that's living in CTRS has 3 meals and snacks provided to them. Veterans living in our transitional housing at New Directions, same thing as with a bridge home. So those meals are provided, and throughout their time in those programs, access to a clinician and case manager who can ensure that as they're transitioning to permanent housing, they have a plan for cooking. And that might include being a part of our healthy kitchen so they can start to learn how to shop and to cook. But each veteran that enters permanent housing in the EULs on our campus also is attached to case management and supportive services. And so those are those things that the case managers would have conversations with the veterans. Some veterans are independent and go off site and grocery shop on their own. Some veterans do use the food hub, and those connections with dietitians and whole health helps them along that journey. And some work with their peer specialists who may transport them to a local grocery store or an occupational therapist who may transport them and help them with those kinds of activities. Sherry, anything to add?
Yeah, this is Sherry Cushinsmore. I'll just add, we also have 2 produce distributions on campus outside of the food hub. So every Wednesday and Friday from Westside Food Bank and Food for Health. So they're able to get fresh fruits and vegetables twice a week and then daily at the food hub. So those are some other opportunities on campus. And as Sally mentioned, our healthy teaching kitchen and our dietitians, that's where that connection really plays an important role. So, you know, they can come to classes where they learn how to use those fruits and vegetables. Some of them they've never used before or cooked before. So a dietitian can help them with recipes, you know, knife skills, cooking, basic cooking skills. So those are the kinds of things that we can provide through the food hub as well.
the Peer Center also offers an opportunity for folks to come together, cook together in that kitchen and share meals together too. But I agree with Director Merchant. It's really individualized. And so getting to know each veteran and their specific circumstance is really important to our teams.
Can I make one more comment? I know that we have to
Hey,
move on.
Stephanie.
Yeah.
Hey, Stephanie, Mike, I know you guys still have questions. We've got the PD team waiting to present to you. We've got more time built in, and the GLA team will be here available. So I want to be respectful of some of the presenters' time. So I will have you and Mike lined up for comments, but I'd like to turn it over to Daryl, Oscar, Tess, Laney, and Parisa. You all are ready. Thanks for your patience.
Good morning, everyone. Tess, thank you for pulling up the deck. Let's just. Thanks, everyone. Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Nice to see so many familiar faces and great to see some new faces here as well. I'm Parisa Rosham with Thomas Safran and Associates. I'm here on behalf of the Veterans Collective. We are the PD team, the principal developer team. So we're very excited and honored to be here with you today to just give some quick updates on what we've been working on. Tess, let's dive into the next slide, please. So great to be sharing progress with you guys. Here's our roadmap, just to give you a sense of what we've accomplished, with some of our fellow developers on this campus. There are now actually 571 units that are completed. There are 196 units still currently under construction. We have 4 upcoming groundbreakings, which I know we're all very excited about. That's buildings 256, 300, 408, and 409. And obviously, once we complete those, we will use the proper addresses to refer to them. But for the time being, we use the building number. So we'll be breaking ground on 4 new projects later this year. In terms of lease up, we'll delve into more details later in these slides, but there are 3 recently completed projects that are in lease up or soon to be done with their lease up processes. And there's a couple new Century projects that are almost done that have already started their lease up process. As always, there are older buildings that exist that have vacant units. We're working very closely with VA to make sure that we fill those units as quickly as possible. In terms of ASIC and IIG, I believe when we updated you guys last year, we were speaking about some of the ASIC IIG funded improvements on the campus. Those connectivity and streetscape improvements are now all done. So that's great. And we're grateful for that extra funding source on this campus. As mentioned, we are in active pre-development on those 4, soon to be breaking ground. We've also been working extensively on phase 2 infrastructure. So I know, Stephanie, you asked a question a bit earlier about the different phases of VA's infrastructure projects. These are slightly different. So we also have a phase 2 infrastructure project. Phase 1 was the work completed on MacArthur. Phase 0 were the upgrades that we oversaw on Bonsall. Phase 2 is really focused on the massive infrastructure improvements required for the town center. So big thanks to the VA for being a great partner and helping us upgrade both the wet and dry utilities to serve all of these new buildings that are coming online, and the thousands of veterans, caseworkers, employees, family members, and guests who will be operating here at West LA VA. Fundraising, my colleague Laney from US Vets will give an update a little bit later about the Veterans Promise campaign and how things are looking on that front. We continue to do advocacy related to VASH improvements. Tess has been working a lot on that front. And lastly, now that we've triggered the threshold for the minimum number of units for our Master Association to get started, we're in active talks with our partners on the Master Association to begin collecting CAM fees and putting new infrastructures in place so that we can serve all of these new residents and buildings that are coming. Tess will give a little bit more of an update about that later in the slide. Next slide, please. Tess.
Sorry about that. It's not responding.
I can stay on this one. Okay.
There we go.
Thanks, Tess. So this is more of a visual update, just so you guys can see. Sorry, Tess. Thank you. Here's more of a visual update, just so you can see the progress to date and kind of what's upcoming. So again, these are projects from us, the PD team, also from our partners at 205, 208, 209, and from the core companies projects up at MacArthur Field. So MacArthur Field 401B, Building 404, which is Century's project, and Building 701, which is a TSA project. All three of those are either early in lease up or soon to be completely done with their lease up processes. As mentioned, we still have a few projects that are under construction. There's Building 210, the Women's Preference Building that was referenced earlier. 156, 7, and 8 are the trio of buildings being built out by Century. That's the beautiful adaptive reuse that I think Andrew shared some photos earlier. And then 408, 409, 256, 300, we're very excited about these upcoming groundbreakings. 408 and 409 will be our first groundbreakings for the town center. So I know the map is a little bit hard to see, but those are the two new construction projects that will be the first to go for the town center. Building 313, 407, and 410 in the town center will come a little bit later, but we're excited to get these two started. And then US Vets is rehabbing Building 300 and 256. So those are the four projects you see in yellow on the right-hand side. So with all of these projects that are completed, currently under construction, and soon to be under construction, we will already be at 1,065 units. And of course, there's hundreds more that we're working on with VA right now to put more into our pipeline, working out parcel release dates for future buildings. Let's go to the next slide, please. Many of you in this convening body and in others have heard us talking about the complexity of our capital stacks for these projects at West LA VA. Every project draws on a very diverse set of funding sources. As you can see here, it ranges from very hyper-local funding to very important philanthropic dollars. So as you can see, we've invested and have been able to raise millions of dollars to help us bring this master plan and bring this vision to life for West LA VA. And we are eager to continue this process with all of your support, with VA's partnership, to make sure that we continue to leverage these public and private dollars to build these much needed housing units and to build out this community that I know we so badly want to see here at West LA VA. So I will pause there and hand it off to my colleague Oscar, who represents Century Housing, and he will give you a couple of updates on recently completed Century buildings.
Hi everyone, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm Oscar Alvarado. I am with Century Housing, one of the members of the principal developer team. Happy to be here with you all today. I want to start out by talking to you about our Building 404 project, whose address is 11400 Vandergrift. This is the first project that Century has completed on the campus. We have built here 73 homes for veterans, mostly in studios with a handful of one-bedroom apartments. The building was recently completed and is almost leased up. It has a plethora of spaces for veterans to enjoy. We have 3 full-time BASH case managers with offices on site, and we are hiring another 2 full-time case managers to provide services to residents who are on site. Tess, if you can go to the next slide. Really would like to just share with you all some of the slides of our work completed here at VA 404. These are some of the community spaces. As you all know, we really seek to create a warm residential feel to all of our buildings. These are some community spaces where folks can gather. Tess, if you want to keep going to the next slide. This slide is of a completed apartment. As you can see, the apartments have a full kitchen with a stove, oven, sink, and everything that residents need. The furniture shown here in the unit is all provided to the veterans as well. So the units come as you see them here in these photos. So far, we've gotten great feedback from residents on the apartments, the layout of the apartments, the space, and the furnishings and housewares that they've been provided as they move in. I think earlier it was discussed that our team works on getting welcome kits for every resident that comes into our buildings, and that includes basic housewares, plates, kitchen knives, spoons, and things that folks need to get going in their new home, linens, some cleaning supplies, and so on. Next slide, please. So this is just another set of photographs of the completed building. Again, we really do everything that we can to try to create warm, inviting spaces for the veterans and build in a high quality manner that will really stand the test of time. Next slide. So to date, we've moved in actually one more resident than is on this slide, 65 of 72 residents, and we're hoping to work our way through the last remaining move-ins to find ourselves at 100% occupancy here, hopefully within the next couple of weeks. And with that, I'll go ahead and pass it back to Parisa to talk about another one of our completed projects.
Thanks, Oscar. So this is Building 402, also known as 701 MacArthur, not to be confused with the VA 402 on the South Campus. This was a recently completed project. This was our first modular project at this campus. We built 118 homes for veterans, and there are 2 manager units as well. Let's go to the next slide so I can tell a little bit more about modular. Sorry, actually, as you can see here, sorry, Tess, go back for 1 second. Many of you have seen these photos before, this rendering before. This was done as a garden style building. So it's 11 buildings side by side, delivering a total of 120 units with parking lots on the left and right hand side of the property. This is right by the core buildings up at the north tip of campus. We can go to the next slide. This is the primary entrance into community building ABC. This also has housing units in this main building. It's been really, really amazing to see so many veterans moving. 7 vacancies at this point, which we'll delve in a bit. Tess, next slide, please. This is more shots of the community room, and then you can see, because it's garden style, there's a lot of outdoor spaces, outdoor seating. This is one of the few properties on this campus that has 2 bedrooms. So that's a bit of a change from other buildings that are mostly studios and ones. We're really pleased to see veterans with families moving in. There are 4 children living at this property so far, including a 5-month-old baby. So it's a bit of a different feel from some of our other properties, and it's kind of wonderful to see this shifting demographic at West LA VA. Next slide, please. So this is the lease-up update I was mentioning. We candidly, though it's been great to have some families move in, we have had a hard time filling all of the 2-bedroom units. We had a total of 13 2-bedroom units, 2 of them set aside for managers, which leaves us with 11 PSH. 7 of them are still vacant. So we've been working closely with the VA and with the county to try to think about creative solutions to help get more referrals approved. But this has been a challenge on the lease-up front. We're still working through some active referrals, so hopefully those last few units will be filled up quickly. And that's it for me on this slide. I'm going to hand it back to Oscar.
Thank you, Parisa. So I'll walk the group through another one of our projects. This is our building 156, 157 project on campus, which just recently received its temporary certificate of occupancy. So final sign off from the county on all of our permits. We're very excited about that. We started the lease up process, have not yet begun moving veterans in, but we hope to do that in the first week of September. We're working through final punch list items with our general contractor, and we'll be furnishing the units next week. And as soon as we have done that, we'll begin moving our residents in. This property is renovation of 2 existing properties on the VA campus that had not been used for decades prior to our renovation. So we're really excited to bring life to these projects again and to see 110 units of veteran housing here as part of the project. We'll have 110 homes for veterans, and in addition, 2 homes for staff. Tess, if you can go to the next slide. This is just a before and after that we think is really telling of the work that and the transformation that is happening on campus. On the left, you see what the building was when we demolished it. You can kind of see its potential for a build out. of a great common space for veterans who will live in the building and who will live in the community. And on the right, you see what it looks like today. So that's the renovated space, which will be a community room with big vaulted ceilings that mimic the original in the building. Huge windows, amazing sunlight coming into the space. We're really looking forward to furnishing this space and having veterans make use of it. Tess, next slide, please. And it's just a series of photos on the exterior spaces. We really are looking forward to having veterans use these spaces as kind of an oasis away from anything and everything, and a recuperative space. We plan to amenitize these with some game areas like shuffleboard and bocce ball, and there'll be plenty of furnishings that go out here as well for folks to sit and be in. Next slide, please, Tess. So like I said, we are yet to move veterans into our building, but we will be doing so in the next couple of weeks. We've already started taking referrals, processing applications, have a handful of applications that are already approved. And you can see from the photos in this slide what the renovated building looks like in terms of the units themselves. So that is building 156, 157. And Tess, if you can go to the next slide. In this slide, I'll move on to building 158, which is a separate project from 156 and 7. If you look at the photo that is on the slide here at the bottom left, you can see that these three buildings that I've just talked about are in a shared single courtyard space. So going from left to right, those are buildings 156, 157 in the middle, and 158 on the right. Building 158 started construction about 6-7 months behind the other two buildings. It was financed as a distinct project, but we're really looking forward to completing that project as well by the end of this year, hopefully sooner, and begin to move residents into that project. This project will include 49 units for veterans, as well as VASH case management and case management that is paid by through cash flow by the principal developer team. You can go to the next slide, Tess. These are just shots of the building under construction. So maybe you can go to the slide after that, Tess. This shows you this one back. Can you go back one? There we go. This shows you a good sense of where the building is right now. You've got the units that are generally finished, very close to finished. And then we're working through the corridors and the common spaces. And then finally, we'll make our way to the exterior and work out those courtyards and landscaping and be complete with the project in the next couple of months. And hopefully by end of year, be moving residents into the project. So I will go ahead and pass it on now for discussion on 210 to Tess.
Hi, everyone. It's wonderful to be among so many familiar faces and meet new VCOAB members. I'm Tess Banco. I'm a Marine Corps veteran and have been working alongside the principal developer team since 2018, but at the VA campus for the past 9 years. So it's been quite an odyssey, and I'm happy to present to you Building 210. This building is under construction. There should be occupancy in March of 2026. One of the unique features about this building is its women veteran preference. This type of preference for women veterans has not yet been done on the campus, and it's very exciting, especially because of the community tie-in. The community of women veterans on the campus continues to grow, especially through the women's groups in the Peer Center and Women Vets on Point, which is a U.S. Vets program. So you can see here it's 38 units, so 37 of those are permanent supportive housing. 7 of these units are studios, and the remainder are 1-bedrooms. So again, very, very exciting to have women veteran engagement with the community as it grows, and also hopefully bringing their families as well. And here's some photos. You can see on the left side, the building is actually 3 colors in this photo. So it's just been tremendous every day on the campus to pass by and see this and know that it's intended for population that hasn't yet had permanent housing aside from the regular housing at West LA VA. So it's just tremendous. All right, I'll go ahead and pass it to my colleague, Oscar.
Can you advance the slide, Tess? Thank you. So just a quick update on some of the infrastructure improvements that the PD team has been leading and taking on. A couple of years back, our team was able to access state funding through two separate programs, one of which is ASIC, the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program, the other being what we call IIG, Infill Infrastructure Grant Program through the state Housing and Development and Community Development Department. And we've put together some improvements that are much needed for connectivity around the campus to the tune of about $19 million worth of work. And we are just about done with that work. We're doing some basic cleanup, making sure that our partners at VA are okay and ready to sign off on the work that has been complete out there, but it is generally complete, but for final sign off from all of the parties. The improvements include resurfacing of sidewalks and streets. We've installed some lighting and signage. We've created a mobility hub, which is a large building that we constructed to house bicycles for the residents of the community, especially those who will live in 157 through 158, and create a little space for them to work on their bikes as well. If you want to go to the next slide, Tess. In the next slide, you'll see some photos of some of the completed work. So again, you'll be able to see that we have done some bike paths, some pedestrian improvements, sidewalks, a fair amount of landscaping. And some of these improvements, like the bike path that you see there at the bottom, will make their way all the way out to the edge of the campus and terminate at a bus stop outside of the campus that houses Big Blue Bus transportation from the city of Santa Monica, and will allow veterans to easily access that, easily make their way to and from their home to the public transportation just outside of the campus. And again, all of these improvements were paid for with grants from the state of California, and our team managed these improvements. And I can go ahead and pass this back to Parisa to discuss a little bit about the town center.
Sure, thanks, Oscar. So you guys actually saw this in prior briefings that we've given you. I know there's been a lot of questions about the kind of amenities that we are proposing for these future spaces. So this slide has not changed. That having been said, we are working closely with VA, particularly those who are working and operating around the Peer Resource Center, conducting focus groups, surveys with veterans, so that we make sure that the proposed amenities are still what the veterans want and need on this campus. It's been an iterative process. I believe there's another focus group happening on the 28th that we're going to listen in on, just to make sure we're getting direct feedback from veterans themselves who are enjoying these amenities. So 408 has some amenities coming up, so does 409. Building 13 and 306 are future adaptive reuse projects that will be undertaken by US Vets. Those will kick off at a slightly later date. But 408 and 409, like I said, those are the two properties that are breaking ground this fall. So those amenities should be online come 2028. So with that, we can go to the next slide, Tess, if that's okay. Just to give you guys a little bit of a closer look at what 408 is, and then Oscar will share about 409. So this will be a new construction building. It's currently a parking lot with solar panels. So we're excited to be taking this to a higher and better use than just parking. We will be building 101 total units. That includes one unit set aside for our manager. Every one of our buildings has one full manager living on site. Of course, this is entirely focused on unhoused, unsheltered veterans. And I'll leave it at that for now. Oscar can give you a quick look at VA 409 in the next slide.
Thank you, Parisa. This is our VA 409 project, which was also in the town center that Parisa shared. Like Building 408, this project is fully funded and set to start construction in the fourth quarter of this year. We are working swiftly through coordination with the VA and county departments for permits to get ourselves ready to go. But the project is fully funded and will begin construction this fall. 409 contains 117 homes for veterans. And of course, we will have case management in the way of VASH staff, as well as some of our own case management staff that will work on site. We'll have lots of amenity spaces for the veterans who will live here, like we do in our other projects, sizable community rooms, conference rooms, and office space for all who will work there. We're really excited about this one. I'll go ahead and pass this back on to Tess. Next slide.
Building 256 is another adaptive reuse. I don't like to call it a project, but adaptive reuse building. 41 units with one manager. So construction should start in 2025. Right now, we're really reviewing the sublease documents and plan to close financing in November. But like other buildings, of course, case management, every building has VASH case management. Principal developer team buildings have wraparound services, so additional support in addition to that VASH case management and things like substance abuse, which I know I didn't outline very much in the Building 210 slide, but there is also access to the full range of US vets and partner organizations services as well. So that can be expected in this building. And I will go ahead and move on now to Building 300. This building is very special. So first I'll go through the housing portion of it. It's adaptive reuse as well, 44 units with one manager, so 43. Homeless veterans, you can see the funding sources in progress. As we discussed previously, there are various different funding sources that go into this. We currently have a fully executed commitment agreement, and we're also reviewing the rest of the sublease documents. So financing should close around August 29th. But we're still waiting on HCD to give us some feedback as well. So for the residential portion of Building 300, the services will include the VASH case management, of course, but as I mentioned, the wraparound staffing. So veteran services coordinator, peer support, of course, in conjunction with the very awesome new peer center, access to behavioral and physical health programming. So there will be substance use support. Building 300, which we'll discuss more in the next slide, will also house the security hub and will be the integrated well-being center for the campus. So these are carefully coordinated services, services like food bank support. There's actually going to be a full food bank on the West LA VA campus. The legal services, which will work with community partners. And of course, the first stop is always VA services and what is existing in the VA system for these types of coordinations and implementations. A workforce center, a coffee shop, which we've been in talks with BCS about operating, and then of course the community spaces and services partnerships that I'll go over in a second. It's got a wide range of building service staffing, but again, being the first kind of mixed use integrated well-being center, there certainly will be a lot more staff on the ground in this building. So you can see here a layout of the well-being center and the contemplated services and amenities. So again, these are contemplated, much like the town center services and amenities, or community serving amenities, as I'll call them. It's a result of multiple years of feedback from veterans, including the most recent direct survey of residents, which was the first because we hadn't had residents on the campus before, but certainly all of the Federal Register feedback, in-person discussions with veterans that are ongoing on a constant basis. So these are the contemplated services currently, of course, clinical services outside of the VASH model, but in complement. So it's in addition to, not instead of, the workforce / business center lab area. This is envisioned to be a smaller workforce lab. The VCS coffee shop, barber and beauty, which is very important. There's certainly amenities around the campus, but to have veterans able to access this in the neighborhood is tremendous. The food bank, which will be West Side Food Bank. Events, activities, groups, again, in conjunction with VA, community partners, which we'll talk more about. I'm excited to share with you about the Community Alliance, case management, telehealth services, SSVF support that fills those gaps and cracks. And we're so grateful for our partners in those arenas. Peer mentoring, the clothing room, which is also a very important component. Again, being adjacent to Brentwood and Westwood, wonderful in many respects, but can be challenging for affordability for residents on the campus. And then VA space, where VA will come and occupy space in the building to co-provide services and amenities alongside the principal developer team. Going into building 13/306, which is in the town center. And let me just back up a little bit and give you a little bit more information about the town center. The community plan defines the town center as multi-use. So it's an urban place, but it is also anchored by this building. The vision is building 13 being the town hall. So in regards to that, this building would be adaptive reuse with 25 units and one manager, a homeless veteran population. The discussions are ongoing regarding what types of services would be in this building, but the vision certainly is having things like the bike repair shop and bike storage, a full, VCS canteen, restaurant, maker spaces for crafting. There's so much going on the campus, and veteran residents are so engaged. I can tell you, being immersed in the community every single day, meeting with residents and just talking to them, being around the community, they really are excited for community serving amenities. So Healthy Teaching Kitchen would be a component of this, a market and other partnerships as previously discussed, of course, with building 300, but very deliberately laid out. And the town center between building 13 and 300 would be connected through a historic walkway path, so a bike and walking path, which further underscores, mixed use as a best practice, which it is in community development. One caveat being, having the most community input that you can get into the plans, which we are actively trying to do alongside VA. So happy to present Building 13 to you. I'll go ahead and pass this over to my colleague, Lainey.
Good, I guess, afternoon now, almost. I'm Lainey Kapkin. I work at US Vets and also support the external engagement efforts of the Veterans Collective since the project's inception. I wanted to harken back to the Veterans First mission that we all have in opening this slide. From the start of this project, we have felt that it's not just VA, it's not just our government partners that need to put veterans first, but also our community. And so the Veterans Promise campaign has really been an effort to show the robustness of our public-private partnership, to show that Angelenos are committed to our veterans, to this one-of-a-kind land and its purpose, particularly as it becomes a gateway for our upcoming Olympics. We really want the campus and its historic buildings and our services to reflect the care we have for the veterans that live there. So I'm pleased to say we have brought more than $100 million in private support to the project. That is more than 10%, $105 billion of the $1 billion in total that we as a team have leveraged for the project in partnership with VA, in partnership with all levels of government, and thankfully in partnership with the community. You can see that there are corporations, foundations, faith communities, and many private citizens that are included in that tally. From a priority perspective, we really looked at the project's key needs. Our first priority was community planning, followed by veteran housing. Filling the gap in every veteran housing unit was our first priority, first and foremost, and you can see that those funds are complete. Today, we focus on the supportive service spaces that ranges and multi-use spaces that ranges from the buildings that anchor the campus, the Wadsworth Chapel, Building 13, Building 300, to all of the multi-use spaces in the town center and throughout the campus to create the vibrant community that we all envision together. I turn it over to my next colleague, I think back to Tess. Is that right?
Daryl.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Daryl Vincent. Some of you I've met, some of you I've not. I'm the president and CEO of US Vets. I succeeded Steve in January. Very big shoes to fill, but I've been with the organization for the last 22 years, 14 of which is as the chief operating officer. I want to first just say thank you to the colleagues that just presented. And in addition to the partnership with them and the partnerships with the VA and even the partnership with this body, that's a lot of information. I'm quite sure everybody has a lot to download at this point. I think it's important that these partnerships with subject matter expertise, including the VA's partnership, is important to me. But I think we all can agree that the partnership that's most important is the partnership and the alliance that we build with the veterans. So rather than me read every slide, because I know you have a lot to do, I just want to kind of give you a macro philosophical approach that we're having at the campus that we use across many of our campuses, that is a proven method that in no means that it's the only model. It just means the model we're choosing to integrate to ensure that veterans don't have what we continue and say call housing, but creating homes, and making sure that people are not just getting one-time help, but lifetime of care, and make sure we're not putting people into just jobs, but actually into careers if people are getting back to work. And the only way we feel that is one of the best models to do that is coming from a therapeutic approach. The therapeutic community created has to come from the staff first facilitating that process. As people start coming into our programs, so I think we have over 2 years now of people living on campus. It takes a while for people to become what we call older residents. And when I mean older, I do not mean age. I mean older in how many people, how long have they been there? So when people are coming in, they have that peer support, which I know we get from the community as well. But the people that are inside these great buildings that I'm seeing and all the amenities that are coming and all the things that people can now have access to so they can have a great opportunity to make good choices. But it doesn't mean anything without the people feeling safe, feeling a bond, and feeling a sense of ownership. One of our values at US Vets and with this partnership is to prioritize our partnerships. And we want to make sure that the partnership with the VA, because you do what we don't do, and that's a subject matter expert. And we want to augment that. And then we have our partners that do things that we don't do. And if we put that all together, we build an environment with the veterans that not only feel like they're being served in housing, but they're actually creating a home. It is their home. We're merely there to provide services and facilitate and empower the changes that they want to make. And the only way we need to know how to do that is ensuring they have a sense of belonging, that they understand that these services are there for them. But the most important thing for all of us is to have accountability and responsibility. I know sometimes we skirt away from that. Our partnership does not skirt away from. The responsibility is not only at the VA's level, it's not only at the community level, it's not only at our level, but it's also equally at the veteran level, and we all do our part, and no one role is more important than the other, just a different delegation of duty. So we continue to do the TC model to collaborate with the Department of Veteran Affairs, obviously, with the residents, helping veterans. I know this is not a new concept, but when living in such a permanent housing setting, when it's not transitional housing, where things are a little bit more mandated in transitional housing, set time, these are the things you do, it takes a different approach of bringing people along and saying, although you are not technically required to do these things of getting involved in the community, we encourage you to do that, but obviously doing the clinical techniques of how we do engagement, which we're used to. Next slide. So I think many of us know, it slipped back. Many of us know that we got awarded a BASH contract on many of the buildings, EULs. We're working collaboratively with the VA on those case management services, making sure that we have the proper staff with their licenses, the VA pointed out earlier, making sure we integrate the peer support, the wellness checks, making sure they have the values of the relationship. And we truly believe that it all is going to start with making sure that the veterans empower themselves with us helping and doing that approach. I'm not saying this is utopia. Obviously, this takes time. And the many campuses that we've had across the nation, I say anywhere between 2 to 5 years it takes us to start getting that TC working, where it's becoming like a clock, where people are getting up and doing things and helping each other, supporting each other. And what it does, it protects the property at the same time. I know a lot of people talk about the safety and security and protecting the property, the equipment, and the buildings. Our partnership is not just the buildings and campuses and the offices, the people that are serving and being served on there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. And it's not just about their technical expertise, it's more about their heart and how do they give back to those communities in which they live in. Creating a community feel along with the VA, along with our partners, along with the community, along with the veterans, means that there will be problems. It's not who's to blame, it's who takes responsibility. It's how do we prevent those problems? How do we foresee these problems? How do we make sure that people are helping each other so that when a relapse does happen, when something happens that may be a fight that you don't want to occur, what peers are addressing this? Who's been there long enough to take responsibility of it so the building stays in great conditions? So people walk on and they feel proud of what they're doing. When people are entering recovery programs or VASH because they have high acuity or mental health and or drug addiction or just common everyday life, they need to feel a sense of non-punishment and a sense of belonging about coming here, and when I do make a mistake, I can talk to somebody about it. Or if I do make a mistake, I'm ready to be accountable for it. Or when I do make a mistake, I have veterans around me that are going to support me. That does not mean it works for everyone, but you want the majority to be able to do that and bring each other along. Our team, the principal developers, are you just heard a lot of information on the buildings. I'm so impressed with how they look. I went on campus so many times and I'm so impressed in all the work that all of you are doing to make those things come about. But I'm equally impressed when we talk to the veterans and they're able to talk to us about how the community's being built and how they feel at home. Does that mean that everyone is satisfied? No. That's why you continue to do surveys, you continue to engage, you continue to get ideas, and you be transparent about what you can do and what you can't do. The best thing, people, when they don't want to tell the truth about something, they're doing that for themselves, not for the other person. I believe transparency, being vulnerable with the veterans and understanding what the expectations are inside and outside of the agency is the best way to do it. It doesn't mean that we can get to everything. It just means that we'll take every effort. It doesn't mean we can solve every problem. So what we can promise, though, they don't have to walk through those problems alone. Next slide. And we talked about this before in a meeting about the safeties. I know that's I think it's a very important topic. We like to talk about safety and security. We like to talk about to make sure people are feeling safe, which is a very subjective thing. There are many differences in people feeling safe on what they consider to be safe. What does that mean? For us, it means is giving a philosophical approach that's not only aspirational, but it's operational. That means obviously we want to have physical safety of just making sure that people are not being harmed. We want to prevent those things. On the many campuses we have across the nation with permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, emergency housing, with very high acuity vets, we have very little physical altercations when it comes to this. I'm not saying never at all, but very little. And a lot of that prevention comes from the camaraderie of when you walk in this, you know it's not something that's tolerated. I am coming to a place that I don't need to do that. That's not what I need to do. I can find alternatives to how to handle that. Again, and when it does happen, how do you handle it? How do we address it? How do we prevent it? So we want to intercede early and do prevention and intervention from a very caring place. But caring does not mean you're not accountable. I'm a firm believer, and we are a firm believer as a team. We have accountability through support. You don't have to be authoritarian, but you can make sure that things get done in a supportive manner. Obviously, psychological safety not only goes for the veterans, but it goes for the staff and the host community. A lot of times we focus on the partnership with the community, focus on a partnership with each other. I think it's equally important to say we have a partnership with the frontline staff. The way we treat the mid-management is the way they're going to treat the frontline staff. The way the frontline staff treat is the way they're going to treat the veterans. So if we're not caring about the people doing the work day to day and ensuring that they feel safe, and ensure that they're getting their needs met, the veterans won't get their needs met. It doesn't mean one more is important than the other. It means that's how you show your care. Everyone has a caseload. So the higher up you go, your caseload is the staff. And as you work your way down the food chain or the structure, just like in the military, of hierarchy, now your job is to take care of that person on the ground floor that's really doing that work, who's then taking care of those that are there to get the help. So it's really important that people feel psychological safety, that they can come to people, talk to people, and feel they're not going to be judged. One of the biggest things of veterans seeking care is just being judged, making sure that they don't feel that they have to feel like I have to be something that I'm not. And then obviously the campus and site having safety so people can feel safe walking in their own community. I think all of us live in a community, we want to feel safe. We want to walk out our doors and feel like that we can interact with people and not be in harm's way. I think need to destigmatize homelessness and consider it veterans experiencing homelessness versus homeless veterans. That is not all they are. That's not all they will be. That's not all they ever been. They're veterans experiencing homelessness that happen to come to us for care. And we're providing a place that's safe, but we're surrounding around care that they choose to access so they can make great choices. That's the therapeutic approach and safety philosophy in a macro sense. There's a lot of more details, but I know you've gotten a lot of information here. So I'm going to stop there and I'm going to pass it to my colleague Tess, who I believe that has one of the most important parts of the presentation, because we talk about this on the campus, but the actual community surrounding it, with so much discord there was before and all the things that are going on with different opinions about who should do what and how they do what. One of the biggest and hardest things we need to do is make sure we destigmatize and understand that we have to integrate the community. It's not just the government's responsibility, a community responsibility, not just the veteran responsibility. We all play a role. And if we play that role and understand each other's expertise through the community, I think we'll have a great philosophy and a great campus that we can be proud of. I'll pass it to my colleague Tess now.
Thank you, Daryl. Part of the principal developer team's therapeutic philosophy has been creating a backbone. And those are structures that undergird the partnership with VA and the partnership with residents. I included a chart on the right-hand side that talks a little bit about the Veterans Collective 501c3 backbone and the Master Association Board, which is the partnership not just between the principal developer team, but when the developer team was conceived of, working alongside the two other developer and services teams on the campus, and of course, alongside VA. So that master association that serves to undergird all of the wonderful community activities and care of the community, the stewardship of the community really, that's ongoing, has been implemented and continues to move forward with things like the CAM fee, the common area maintenance fee, that will allow for developer teams to work together on these community centers to ensure that they're safe, properly run, properly resourced, and we all are using the information and the feedback, especially from the North Campus residents. So you can see on the right-hand side, campus residents. There are now campus advisory councils across many of the buildings. Some of them are so new that they are just informative stages. It's been a tremendous honor to work alongside those councils and meet their leaders, very passionate veterans in the communities and community leaders, some of whom are on this call today. So I just wanted to say hello and thank you so much for everything that you're bringing to your community and that leadership. We also started a little over a year ago now, a neighborhood alliance. And so that actually is 26 partners. And it doesn't just include the community partners, it also includes property management and services and resident council veteran advisors who join the group too. So that group is structured really to bring everyone together. VA leadership also attends as well. We've had, Sally and Mr. Merchant and Adam Strain, and we have different working groups, including report outs from a veteran engagement working group and the nutrition working group that you heard about today. And really it's, collaborating with everyone to make sure that we are getting appropriate feedback. We're letting the community, discuss issues that are of importance across the board. We're coordinating on events and resources. We're looking at places where we need something and trying to source it from each other or find a way to get it. So I think it's a very powerful collaborative group that employs collective impact in the best ways possible. And then of course, working with all West LA VA community and services partners. So the neighborhood is surrounded by subject matter experts, VA experts who are there, resources that are there, things coming out of patient experience office and VA homeless programs and GLA, the sections at GLA and the tremendous staff who work there. It's very exciting to begin to see the synergy that Daryl described start coming to fruition and be shaped, and especially with direct veteran input. So there's been joint coordination with VA, community providers, and continuing via the Community Alliance. The safety and security working groups that were ongoing at GLA really were wonderful in escalating issues and creating working groups to look at different problem areas together, engaging different groups again across the board to be able to work on those issues together. and providing the direct resident feedback as well. We created community accessible resource library. Sometimes there are challenges with working across different tools. VA, for instance, has a system where you would have to be badged to access different tools. Unfortunately, you know, in protecting systems, there are barriers created for the end user, which is our true north and are the veterans that we serve. So we created a community accessible resource library that anyone, VA staff, veteran, community member, wider community member can use and look at and have in the palm of their hand through QR code, where are these resources at? We have collaboration with veterans, VA, the County Military and Veterans Affairs, Jim Zenner, who I know is part of VCOAB, and we collaborated on the Peer Community Center. We're part of the steering committee on that. Some of that actually arose out of a tremendous event. I'll say it's tremendous, but it is really one of the lowest barriers lowest barriered events on the campus. And we found that repeating an event week after week on the same day, on the same time, rain or shine, really engaged the veteran residents and let them know that we were serious about being there for them. So VA sections take part. A unique feature of it is even on federal holidays, we operated, it's actually called the Bunker Social, but we operated that across 8 federal holidays. We provide a meal, veterans come, there's a veteran band. So there are innovative efforts such as, you know, Bunker Social and the Peer Center that are ongoing, and it's really exciting collaboration. And I can say, you know, witnessing firsthand, I think veterans appreciate it just from the feedback that I've heard directly. And collaboration with veterans, VA, others. We know there are several key issues on the campus: transportation, the food question, the food provision, which the nutrition working group has been absolutely wonderful in the food hub that's now in existence. They've also given out emergency food boxes that veterans are able to come and access. There is a PDT, Interim Services Center. So it's a smaller bungalow across from Building 300. We really have, you know, what exists in the future plans and the current state, and we're all working together to meet the current state's needs. So the food hub is an example of that. Peer Center is an example of that, and working together and sharing resources is a really important part of structuring the neighborhood in the interim before, you know, the major centers come online, and we're able to collaborate through that. Moving into the next slide, the community-wide services and amenities programs. There is, as I mentioned, a community-wide slate of campus events, supportive offerings. CDCE is involved. Again, that neighborhood alliance allows us to collaborate on events, bring resources. I may have some funding for a community event. Another community partner has some funding as well. We pool it all. Over the past year, we have held at least 4 large community events, each of those serving around 350. And that's just the principal developer team. That's not even CDCE, whose regular events also attract a lot of veterans on the campus. I mentioned Bunker Social already. It's served over 1,800 veterans every Monday since last April. The Community Alliance, an annual events calendar, getting everyone on the same page, coordinating community partnerships and initiatives. Really exciting partners, LA Dodgers. A group of peers just went out to box seats at the Dodgers game to honor their tremendous hard work serving veterans in the community. LA Public Library has provided books for the different housing units. There's just been an ongoing list of really tremendous public partnerships and an outpouring of support for the community. Community serving amenity planning, again, based on veteran feedback, in conjunction with VA and non-VA providers, because those community serving amenities are not only intended for the veterans who live on the campus, but also for the wider regional community of about, I believe it's 200,000 veterans who live in Los Angeles County. An important piece of our work, I do want to mention and just call out, the vetting of the services and amenities partners is really important. Being on the ground and working as the community development director for the collective, there have been many instances of different groups and entities trying to kind of find out how to engage with the veteran residents. So we are very protective of residents. And I know working alongside planning, Andrew Strain and VA, you all share similar concerns. I think the biggest takeaway from all of this is what is possible when you engage with identity, mission, meaning, and purpose. And that's what I'm seeing across the campus as veterans are coming in to be housed. I mean, we host an informational table every Monday where a veteran can just come up and ask any question or express any need. And somebody in that event is able to find them immediate assistance, walking them over to the peer center, referring them to different VA programs. So it's just been really tremendous to watch the community grow. And with that, I will go ahead and hand off for Q&A.
I have a few questions. I can start if you want. Can I ask that you stop sharing so that we can see everybody? It's just a little bit easier. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have two questions, I guess. My first question is for you, Parisa. You made a comment about challenges in filling some of the 2-bedroom units. I'd really love for you to expand on that a little bit and share with the board what the challenges have been and how you are addressing those challenges.
Sure. Thanks, Stephanie. So as mentioned, VA Building 701 MacArthur has a total of 13 2-bedroom units. 11 of them are PSH for formerly unhoused veterans. 7 of them are currently vacant. One of the challenges with all of our projects is that there are so many layers of funding with so many requirements that sometimes it feels like we're looking for a unicorn to fill an individual unit. So for example, some of these 2 bedrooms have a 30% AMI. Somebody has to have a severe mental illness. One of them is a mobility, sensory communication unit. And then on top of that, there's an occupancy requirement that there has to be 3 people in the household in order to qualify for the unit. So as you can imagine, across the universe of unhoused veterans that we're trying to house here, there are not a ton of people who meet all of these different criteria to be able to have an approved application to move into these units. So I'm grateful to the county supervisor's office, Amy Perkins, who I hope is on this call right now. She is aware and she's been trying to help us think creatively about how to work with LACTA to hopefully get some relief on this issue. Unfortunately, nothing has been worked out as of yet, but we are trying to think creatively about, greater outreach, about potential relief on, namely the occupancy requirement, or just seeing what our options are. One way that we have been able to fill other 2-bedroom units is by applying for accommodation request for a veteran who has a caregiver. However, this is not always approved. So that's one way we hopefully can fill units in the future. If somebody has a permanent live-in caregiver, not a short-term caregiver, they wouldn't meet the 3-person occupancy requirement, but we're hopeful there will be some relief for cases like that. So I hope I answered your question. It's a challenge, and we're looking to our government partners to help us solve it.
Can I ask one follow-up question? Can you remind me, can we put 2 vouchers in one unit or no? Like if 2 people are vouchered separately, can like me and you be roommates in a
Yeah, I've asked that
2-bedroom
question,
unit?
and my understanding is no, we cannot do that. But we've explored that in the past, but at this time, no, we can't move in like roommates. That's not the model that's been approved here.
Okay, that's really helpful.
But it's
Thank
something to
you.
keep in mind, in terms of future advocacy efforts. It's something that we should, revisit again. VA Building 408, which TSA is starting construction on in October, there are 3 2-bedrooms in that building. So hopefully 3 will be easier to fill, but to your point, Stephanie, it's something we should look at for future advocacy efforts.
If there's something that this board can do, not in the advocacy space, but obviously, but maybe we can request that the county come and talk to us at one of our future meetings to give information on this topic. I think it'd be really helpful. I see someone came off mute and I feel like maybe it's Amy Perkins. And I just want to, Amy, are you there?
I think she may be tied up, so
yeah, I think she was at jury duty today, so I just I'm not sure, but for VA folks, I don't have a second question, but it's more of a comment and something that I was going to say before the development team started. You know, there's always been this question about right sizing the unit count at the VA. And I think that we really need to think through that, especially in this executive order process, that we're thinking through some of these challenges to address populations that are not just SMI and not just PSH units. There are a number of veterans that need housing in a place like LA County, students included. And I think that the VA really needs to be responsible about finding the right solutions for the whole of the veteran population. And obviously, I don't expect anybody to have comment on that because unit count is tied up in a lawsuit and also in this executive order. But that was my real comment to Dr. Davis, to you when you were answering some of Kara's questions. Just to be, I would love to see the VA be thoughtful about housing solutions and also see the VA working with the principal development team on some of these issues. The one that Parisa brings up is a really, really serious issue. And the fact that we haven't figured out collectively how to get folks into 2-bedroom units, I think is actually kind of crazy. So I appreciate your work on this, Parisa, and the supervisor's office for trying to address the issue and being able to identify it and educate us on what that issue is.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Just say, Stephanie, that you raise a good question about looking comprehensively in the executive order, as was mentioned earlier. There are different populations and different services mentioned, and you raise a very good point. And we are very, very cognizant of what's in there and how we respond. And I would urge everybody who's involved in any way to also read it very carefully and think forward. So thank you for that comment.
Before we go to Dr. Nwajaku, I want to just check in with Mr. Canfield. I know he had a question previously. Mike, do you still have something?
I do, yes. Hi. My questions were really back with the GLA. Can I backtrack a little bit?
Sure.
Great. Sally, are you still on? Did we lose Sally?
She's here.
Sally, hi. When you were talking about the return to homelessness, you mentioned a number of 65 veterans of a count of 1,832. I think it was like 3.5%, if I recall.
Correct. Can you hear me, Mike?
Guys, can you still hear me?
You broke up for a second.
Yeah, that's what I get for taking it from the office instead of my home. But then you'd hear barking dogs and lawnmowers. So, Sally, a question about the return to homelessness. Still there?
We can hear you.
Okay, so the number you mentioned was 65 of 1,832. I assume that's GLA wide, not just, it's got to be GLA wide, right? Do you have similar numbers for the West LA campus? How many residents have returned to homelessness?
So those numbers encompass all of those that may have been in EULs that have fallen out of housing. But I think it's important to note, while property management keeps that information about evictions, just because someone is evicted from their housing on campus doesn't mean that they lose their voucher or that they are no longer a part of our HUD-VASH program. So for example, property management has been really collaborative in ensuring, if we can, we move from mutual termination versus eviction, so that individual might be able to use a voucher, a tenant-based voucher, perhaps in another area. I don't have those numbers broken out by on-campus, Mike, but it does incorporate those numbers.
I think that would be interesting information just to kind of understand of the residents on campus, how stable is that housing? How many of those folks are cycling out of the housing for whatever reason?
Thank you for that question.
Okay. Let's see, one more question. And again, for you, Sally, and again, this is just you remember 2 years ago when I couldn't find the classroom on the first day of school, you helped me, and I'm still trying to understand some of these nomenclatures here, but you talked about under the by name list, 1,494 on the by name list. Of those, 1,013 were sheltered and 484 were unsheltered. Can you remind me again the 1,013 sheltered? What does that mean? What does sheltered mean?
Sure. So sheltered homelessness means they are staying in an emergency shelter, an interim housing placement, or a transitional housing placement. So for example, we still consider individuals homeless if they're living in an emergency shelter. So like CTRS is considered sheltered homelessness. New Directions on our campus, our GPD program is considered sheltered homelessness. Unsheltered homelessness are those who are living outdoors, living in their cars, living in encampments.
Great. And so just a reminder, so we've got 1,494 veterans that fall within one of those two categories. And I think you mentioned there are about 1,800 vouchers for use in the GLA, primarily, I think you said tenant-based, is that right?
Yes, the majority of the vouchers that we have about 84% utilization in our project-based vouchers that we have. So I would say the majority are tenant-based vouchers, yes.
Okay, so again, just back to the numbers, 1,494 currently on the by name list, of which I think we've got, remind me here, trying to find the right numbers, about 484 new units coming online at the West LA campus. That's the stuff that's either under construction or still in planning. So about another 484 plus some number of the 497 are not currently leased. It looked like maybe about 10% of those. So maybe another 10, maybe another 50 units. So about 530 eventual vacant units, if you will, at the West LA campus.
I might not be as quick as my math as you are, Mike.
I'm again, private sector developers just trying to focus on supply and demand here. So demand feels like about 1,500 units, and we've got supply just at the West LA of about 500 units, plus or minus. So sort of unmet demand for shelter, for permanent shelter of about 1,000 units, if I'm doing my math right.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding, because I thought you were maybe going toward do we have enough vouchers to house our veterans on our by name list, which, the answer would be yes, if you're looking at vouchers. We would, certainly not everyone that's on our by name list wants to live on our campus. And so we work with landlords and use those tenant-based vouchers. In fact, there's lots of developers around our campus, not actually on our campus, that are developing units that our tenant-based vouchers could be used.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate the insight on those numbers. I think it'll come up. I think it'll help inform our recommendation. Part of our recommendation is talking about the unit count at the West LA campus. I just wanted to make sure I hadn't seen some of these numbers, so I want to make sure I understand them as we get into that discussion later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I was lost on the first day of school too, so don't feel bad.
Thanks. That's all I have, Chief. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mike. sorry, you're not on my screen. Dr. Nwajaku?
Hello, good morning. I'm Patricia Washwaku. I'm one of the board members. Thank you all for the great presentation. So I have two questions, and one is a request for a reminder about how veterans who come up for housing are selected for, or how are they sort of, I don't know if I would use the word assigned to the various housing units that are available. So what does that process look like? Can I just get just a reminder on that? And then the second question is, if, for example, there's a veteran who has dependents, so children, we discussed, or I think I heard in one of the buildings, there's about 5 children that are in that particular unit or in that particular building. So my question along those lines has to do with, if someone has a dependent or multiple dependents, how again is the selection determined in terms of what units they would go into? It sounds like there's limited availability for multiple bedroom units. So are there occupancy limits? So if it's a 1-bedroom, there can only be a certain number of children within that unit, or not. So I just wanted to get some clarity on that.
Thank you. I'll start with the first one. The first question about how it sounded like it was maybe like, how are veterans matched to units? How do we determine where they're going to be? And this starts all the way from identification of a veteran when that veteran is placed on our by name list. So if someone is experiencing unsheltered homelessness, we have a variety of access points around the LA County area. And VA staff, along with our partners that are part of one team, so that could be a peer specialist at LA County Military and Veteran Affairs. It could be an SSVF grantee who's conducting outreach. It can be a contractor. Veterans are given what we call a housing choice form, and immediately we determine whether or not they're a candidate for SSVF rapid rehousing, or whether or not the individual may be interested in one of our existing project-based vouchers, either here on campus or elsewhere. And veterans usually identify their top 3 choices, and we assign them a case manager or a point of contact that's identified on our by name list. And then we work with each individual veteran. And that could be we, meaning VA, or one of our partners in one team could take the lead on that case management to determine where veterans wish to reside. We tend to over-refer to units because we want to make sure that we can, we don't have units sitting empty. But much like the community, we don't hold units for individuals. We try to move people along through that process as quickly as possible. And certainly all of those that are living on our campus here in West LA are working with a case manager, and they've identified their housing preferences. Does that help?
Yes, that does. That helps. So I guess in some way, just a follow on to that question, working with the case manager, they're able to see the units, the locations and things like that, what's available, and then make that selection. Does it get that granular for them? Or do they just? Oh,
it does. And usually their case managers, based on what their preferences are, if they qualify for a 1-bedroom, they will look at the 1-bedrooms available, and they'll have a housing navigator or a peer specialist that will take them to view that unit. Some veterans choose to do that on their own if they have lower intensity case management needs, but certainly our teams are prepared to be able to show those units. We also have lease up events that occur, and those are we have a couple coming up in September here on campus where many veterans will be a part of those lease up events for the EULs. Similarly, we will have we will showcase units in the community and often take multiple veterans to see units at the same time.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question had to do with occupancy limits per
And
unit.
could you please repeat your second question for me? I want to
Yeah,
make
so
sure I
the
captured it. Okay.
Sure, no, that's fine. So it was just to know, are there occupancy limits per unit? I know the question came up before about roommates and that more than one voucher can't be used, but this is a little different. So if, let's say I was a mother and I had, 3 children and I wanted to live in one of the house, one of the buildings, how would that process be navigated? Because it seems like we've been speaking a lot about, individuals, or as I'm hearing, maybe people with well, actually, I don't know how many children. Of the 5 that are living in one of the buildings, I'm not sure how many adults they're associated with, but how are the occupancy limits determined in those situations? And then 2, what housing units are available for people who may have a larger or more children or dependents that need to be housed?
Yes, thank you for that. The Public Housing Authority establishes the occupancy limits. And so in their requirements, you'll see oftentimes, for example, no more than 2 adults or up to 2 in a studio apartment. You may see those specifically on the Public Housing Authority websites. Our 2 main housing authorities that we work with here on campus are the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles and the County of Los Angeles. So LACDA and HACLA are the 2 that we work with. So you'll see those limits, those occupancy limits. And then if someone could use a bigger unit, but they don't qualify for, let's say, that unit that they're looking for, they would request a reasonable accommodation through the housing authority. So for example, your question about families, that usually wouldn't be a reasonable accommodation. Usually those individuals are using tenant-based vouchers and they're living in the community. While we do have some families here on campus, we also have veterans who may require a caregiver. And so perhaps that veteran only qualifies for a studio or 1-bedroom apartment, but because they have a caregiver or because they have large medical equipment, they can file for a reasonable accommodation through the Public Housing Authority to be able to obtain a larger unit.
Thank you. That's actually helpful. That makes sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sally. Any other questions from the board?
I do. Sorry, my raise hand function doesn't work either. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. This is Nicole Branca. I have a couple comments and a question to the conversation about the PHAs. I don't know if this is common knowledge, but public housing authorities have to do an annual plan every year, and they are required to have public comment period. So that is an excellent opportunity to weigh in for those in the LA area to to request change the occupancy standards. Also, we have 2 housing authorities in New York, and one of them did relax their standards a couple years ago and has made move-ins a lot faster for families of varying composition. So if anyone's interested, I'm happy to connect them to somebody at the New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development. And then I had a question about the referrals. I'm wondering if one of the other challenges to filling those 1, 2, I don't know if they're 3-bedroom, but the larger size units could be that the places where veteran families are significantly different than the places where single veterans are. And so I'm curious who are you doing the outreach with, and if that's something we could be helpful with the brainstorming.
Teresa, I know that you and the team have been doing a lot in this space. Did you want to start, or somebody from your team, regarding the outreach, or would you like me to take that?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was directed at me. So you're suggesting to work more closely with the housing authorities I'm sorry, could you repeat if there's a specific question you'd like me to address? I'm happy to share more about what our advocacy has been to date, but we haven't focused on something like what you were describing.
Sure. The first part I was talking to was more of I was providing information. If you didn't know that there is this opportunity for input from the public on the PHA plan annually. So if that's helpful, if there are a number of people who wanted to weigh in publicly and request a change, that there's a vehicle to do so. And then I offered to, if anybody wants to talk to the New York City Housing Authority, which recently relaxed their occupancy standards.
Oh,
for some
yeah, I would
reasons,
love
I'd be
that.
happy to make that connection.
Yeah, I would love to learn. I mean, we're always looking for lessons learned from other jurisdictions or even other VA UL programs like ours about what's worked somewhere else that we could apply here in LA. So I would love that, Nicole. Thank you.
Okay, be happy to follow up. And then the other question, the actual question part of what I was saying was around referral sources for families, because I know that they tend to be different than single places where we would source single veterans for housing.
Referral sources, meaning whom are we reaching out to in order to find potential residents? So that may be a question for Sally. Actually, I can just say for TSA and for the PD team, we have a lengthy list of, at this point, hundreds of organizations, both local and as of late across the country, that we're reaching out to make it known that we do have these beautiful furnished housing units here at West LA VA, and we would love to welcome them and families where appropriate to come and reside in our properties. So we've broadened our outreach. Obviously, we started hyperlocal and we've broadened our outreach. I think with the upcoming lease-up processes, maybe broadening our outreach would be a best practice to apply here, given the challenges that we've seen with the lease-up. So, for the Century team and for the US Vets project that's finishing up next year, Building 210, I think taking a more strategic and, casting a wider net would hopefully help us fill the buildings a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, Nicole, and thank you for your offer just about following up with PHAs. Interestingly, we do not have a lot of families on our by name list. And when you look at the household size, we are not finding an exorbitant amount of people who have children or who would qualify for those 3 bedrooms, or in some cases even 2 bedrooms. That said, where we can, we're partnering with those transitional housing units, even if they're not here, but maybe they're bordering our areas, who may serve families. We also work really closely with supportive services for veteran families and all of our grantees who may be identifying families who they've served in rapid rehousing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you, Parisa. Any other questions at this time? Eric?
I do. I have a few questions. This is going back in the presentation to the discussion of the town center. I appreciate the presentation might have answered some of these questions, but I couldn't read it quite quickly enough. Is there a detailed plan, and if so, can we see it, that sets forth the precise uses that are contemplated for Building 13 and who they aim to provide services to? In other words, campus residents or non-resident veterans, and what the kind of general access looks like in terms of who, like I said, who these serve, who who will be provided services in that kind of town hall center, and what those services will be, and broken down preferably by square foot and like location within the building. And I'd also like to better understand, I don't have a detailed understanding of how the housing is financed, but I have a general conceptual understanding, and that all makes sense to me. I'd like to understand on a more detailed basis the financials for the town center. In other words, kind of a sources and uses, where the dollars for construction are coming from and in what amounts, and how those amounts are either repaid or vest over time. And then after construction, an idea on a kind of the P&L, in other words, what income comes into the principal developer over time, and how that income will be utilized, and whether there are any other stakeholders that need to contribute to operating costs going forward to the various uses within the town center. I think that overall, kind of, I guess, P&L and costs, sources and uses for that town center concept building. So 300, I guess, and 13, or at least 13. And then I also know that it has been a topic, so I'm now moving on to question 2. And these all.
Karen, do you want us to respond to your first question? Because I wrote a few notes down, and I think Tess is going to have some really valuable
Sure.
here with the US Buds team. I wrote down some notes. You were asking about the square footage of the community amenity spaces, locations within buildings, and who's served. So if we could pull up that slide again, I think it would be a helpful visual if Tess is, sorry to put you on. But let's speak broadly. Let's speak from a macro level and then delve into building by building. And that's where Tess can speak more. The idea here with the town center is that these buildings will serve all veterans, both resident veterans of the campus and veterans from the greater community, who may be coming to campus, maybe coming to the hospital for an appointment, and then swing by to use some of these resources and amenities. I think in Sally and Andrew's deck from earlier, they actually highlighted this, that a lot of the visitors right now to just the Peer Resource Center are non-resident veterans. So hopefully that answers your first question. This is meant for all veterans, whether they live at West LA VA or not. In terms of the square footage and the locations within buildings, so 408 and 409 have finalized plans. Like I said, we're about to break ground. 13 does not have final architectural plans yet. So the idea here is that the ground floor of 408 and 409 have these community serving amenities. In 409, it's the theaters or performing arts space, the maker space, community room for a VSO. For 408, it's a built out, bigger fitness center. It's a bigger peer resource center. It's, career and vocational training. There's an outdoor transit plaza. So we can show you those on architectural plans simply because we're about to break ground. But for 13, it's much more, it's kind of more of that entire building. And same with 300. They have very few residential units in 13 and 300. Their primary focus really is on these amenity spaces. So let me pause there. I think we answered a few of your questions, then I'll hand it off to Tess if she wants to give a little more color on 13 and 300 specific.
Sure. So anything that you see on the map, you can note is proposed. It's been proposed. So it's not set in stone, specifically building 13. So we're still actively working with VA to determine, what services, community serving amenities will be included in building 13. This is the aspiration that has existed since the community plan was included with the last master plan. So there's a lot more color in those pages if you're interested in learning more about what's been proposed here, including starting from that vision of the different community serving amenities that has been altered and shaped, of course, with further veteran input, and continues to be developed alongside VA.
Sarah,
Okay.
did that answer your questions?
It's helpful. Is there a source for us to look at the, I see the uses broken out in 408 and 409, but to get a sense of the space.
Yeah, we can share architect. I don't know how to transmit information with you guys, but we're happy to share our floor plan for the ground floor for 408 and for 409, since again, those are fully baked with the community amenity spaces. We are building them out as a warm shell. At this point, we're still in the process of selecting who the operators will be for those spaces, how they get built out. One important question that you brought up that we didn't yet answer is you asked, what is our income from these spaces? Currently, we're not contemplating an income from these spaces. So we're not in a position to be charging veterans to come and use the vocational center or the fitness center. So it's part of our challenge, part of our work right now is to figure out how to make them operate, be it with a nonprofit partner or with the VA, so that we're not coming out of pocket and we're not receiving an income. It's just meant to be a self operation in each of these amenity spaces.
If I might, the supportive service spaces, sources and uses, and multi-use space sources and uses also contemplate philanthropic investment because there isn't always available funding for those spaces themselves. And so I think our vision is to draw down available funding where possible, including around all the housing spaces that make up that town center, and then to utilize community support in order to build toward our vision.
Okay, and that's great on the construction side of things. I guess where I'm also thinking is on an ongoing basis to make sure that at some time in the future we don't end up with a shortfall on operating expenses for those spaces. I guess I'd like to kind of understand what is envisioned, to make sure that what we're building is sustainable over time financially.
I can say we're actively talking about this very issue with the VA right now about the long-term cost of maintaining and operating these spaces. So that's something we're actively discussing with them. So I don't know that we've reached a full resolution yet, but you're hitting on a really important topic, Kira. So hopefully next time we convene, we'll have a better answer, more clear and definitive answer for you on that.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And then I know that it has been a topic of discussion with this board, and I certainly don't want to bring up a sore topic, but I believe that the board has expressed some concern about the legislative authority to allow the town center to be developed under the EUL, the Leasing Act EUL authority. Is that, I guess, could I get a kind of an update on that topic? Because I don't know the kind of resolution on it.
I'll
We'll defer to our VA
comment
partners.
on that. Yeah, that's a question for VA.
This is Jay. Is Brett still on? I know Mr. Sims. I think this is a OAM question. We can also table it and get a response.
I'm on Chi. So I would say this is Brett Sims. The short answer is yes, it was responded to. It was done in consultation with General Counsel. And the short answer is there is a requirement in West LA Leasing Act that this be supportive housing. You cannot have housing without supportive services. All of what you heard Parissa and the team just talk about are supportive services that goes along with the housing. So it is allowable both under the West LA Leasing Act and the broader EUL authority. Keep in mind that the West LA Leasing Act is more restrictive than the broader EWEL authority. The broader EWEL authority is not limited to housing. It can be many different things, but at West LA, it is specific for supportive housing. But even with that limitation, our consultation with General Counsel is the town center in these mixed use buildings, including Building 300 that we talked about, is allowable under the EUL authority.
Thank you, Brett.
Does that answer your questions, Kara?
That does. I'm sorry, I wrote some as we went along, so let me just make sure I've opened each one up for response. Okay. Yeah, I think that does. And then I would just say, I know for myself at the next meeting, I will be looking for a little bit more color on the topic we discussed. And Prisa, I appreciate the response that it's in process, and just want to flag that as something that we'll follow up on at the next meeting about the finances.
Oh, Dr. Nwachukwu?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to make sure that I understand, and maybe this is for Parissa, in regards to, is it the PD's responsibility ongoing for, the service maintenance over time, or is that set to expire within a certain time frame? Meaning you were talking about how there's a lot of discussions around trying to find the funding to make sure that the spaces are maintained ongoing. So can you just clarify for the board so we can understand what the terms are around the responsibility there?
Sure, yeah, and my colleagues feel free to chime in. Patricia, the buildings that we're building out are meant to stand here for decades, and these amenity spaces that we're building out are also meant to serve veterans. So long as the building is there and we are here as the PD team, we will continue to maintain and operate these spaces. Again, our vision here is really to be doing this in collaboration with private sector funding partners and with the VA, philanthropic partners, and of course, people like yourselves who are helping us think through the uses for the spaces. So if you're asking, is there an expiration date? I guess I want to make sure I'm understanding your question. Are you asking if there is an end date? We're only providing services through 2029? No.
So you're going to be, for the life of the agreement, you will be responsible for the services and the upkeep of all of the centers, et cetera, including the funding for that.
We are invested in the implementation of the master plan and carrying this vision forward for decades to come. I mean, we already have multiple buildings that are completed, and we're not leaving the campus. So the short answer to your question is no, we don't have an end date. So long as we have the capacity and the ability and the funding to continue to operate these spaces, again, with partnerships with the VA and other funding sources, we will be here.
And they're carefully planned. I think that's another piece of it. I really wanted to emphasize the strength of the partnerships of, those who might be coming into spaces who are being actively vetted for stability and, background in their financials, in addition to the VA services that will also operate in the spaces, which VA has been around since the 1930s. So I anticipate it will be in existence long after I'm gone. But yes, there is long-term planning going on to support and sustain these services, including philanthropically, as Lainey noted.
I think one thing to note is that it is unprecedented to operate supportive housing development for 3,000 people on a VA medical center campus. And so what we all committed to together was figuring out how to find the resources to get it done. I think the $1 billion that VA, federal government, state governments, and private sector have leveraged together reflect that work. And now our task is to figure out, once we've built it, how to maintain it. We have a $25 million operating reserve, operating endowment projected as part of the campaign, so that generates revenue long-term. And I think we feel very hopeful and confident that our partners will also invest, as they have to date, to figure out how to get it done together.
All right, thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure that that was clearly stated and I understood that. Okay.
Mr. Zenner?
Yeah, thanks, DFO. So the 3,000 units that you mentioned, is that all permanent supportive housing? What does that breakdown consist of?
I shouldn't have said that. I think in the end, 3,000 is a number that's projected across the campus, but I should have referenced 1,200 plus minimum units. Thanks for correcting me.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say I'll just follow up with I'm really concerned if we're looking at 3,000 units of permanent supportive housing. We really need to look to diversify the portfolio. I think we've all kind of been saying that on the committee, at least from what I've heard. And I just want to flag that publicly, because that's 3,000 units of permanent supportive housing on that campus is a really, really bad idea. And I'll
Please
stop.
forgive me. I did misspeak, and I want to flag that as well, Jim. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I did misspeak, and it is 1,200. Sorry for the confusion.
Thank you, everyone.
I think you meant 3,000 veteran residents.
I did. I apologize. Sometimes we get things wrong.
Thanks for the clarification. I just want to check in with the board to see if there's any other questions before we take a short break. Don't see any hands. I want to thank the principal developers. I think, Dr. Davis, did you have some comment?
Just one comment, because everybody has different backgrounds on this. For the PDs, when you refer to work with the VA, that's a very broad reference. So it would be helpful if you say, we're working with this office at GLA, we're working at VA headquarters with OAEM, we're working with, because just VA doesn't really mean anything. So I appreciate that specificity. And again, in the fullness of time, we'll be looking at how every good question you have will integrate and inform into whatever action plans comes out of responding to the executive order.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to thank the GLA team and principal development team for making time for us and answering questions. I think we all learned a lot, and it's been a few hours, so I'd like to take about a 13-minute break. So let everyone, if we can re-adjourn at 1 o'clock, we'll take a break for everyone until then. See you back at 1. Welcome back, everyone. Just want to check to see if Mr. Canfield is back yet. Mike, are you back yet? I know we're the rest of the day we have some discussion regarding your recommendation. If there's anything the services subcommittee wants to bring up, we have some time for that too, but I want to give you all time to discuss the recommendation and work on that a little bit.
I'm ready. So we get started?
Sure.
Okay. Well, thank you. It's hard for me to see who's back and who's not. But anyways, thank you, Dr. Davis, Mr. Sirik, Chi and Diedrich, Mr. Merchant, and the GLE team, and the principal developer team. Thank you guys for making time today. It's good to see you all. It's been too long. I first want to echo the appreciation.
Mike, you're going in and out. FYI.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to echo the appreciation for the service of Eugene Skinner and our former designated federal officer. Eugene was just great for all of us board members, and we're going to miss him. And also want to recognize our fearless former leaders, Rob Begland and General Lori Sutton. You guys left some big shoes to fill, and we miss you. Just big overview here. The master plan subcommittee and services subcommittee have been standing by for the last, I don't know what, better part of this year as the VA and the GLA process the change in administration and the ongoing litigation, and as our board has lost the key members of our leadership team. Our board is comprised of a master plan subcommittee, of which I'm the chair, and the services subcommittee. Beth Sandor is the chair of that subcommittee. And often our subcommittees work primarily independently. But for this meeting, our subcommittees have worked together. And really, we've been focusing on President Trump's executive order, and we have some thoughts and recommendations that we'd like to share. We appreciate the thoughtful input that our board members in the background have provided in forming these recommendations. And I want to apologize to everybody that we got these out kind of late, very late this time, but just sort of the nature of the way we've been operating, as we sort of transition to new leadership. So appreciate everyone's patience. We have not had the opportunity to sit down as subcommittees and review these final recommendations. And so there may be more discussion today by the subcommittee members and sort of as typical. Kara Leonard-Munn is a board member who has really stepped up in the last several months here. And she has been kind of a driving force in putting together these recommendations. And she's going to read these recommendations. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can, Mike.
Okay. So before I turn it over to Kara, I just want to provide just a brief reminder of what the master plan subcommittee is focused on. Primarily, we're focused on obviously the master plan, and we're anxious to contribute to. We're kind of in that cycle now where the master plan is going to be updated soon. We're anxious to be part of that process, in particular as that master plan contemplates integrating this. I want to say it right, the National Center for Warrior Independence, and on right sizing we've talked about of the residential component, and on addressing the needs of veterans who may be at risk of homelessness. That's the first thing, kind of master plan inclusion. Residential buildings. Obviously, this has been a driving and ongoing focus of the GLA and the principal developer team. And I just want to say right off the bat, well done to you guys on that execution. I've mentioned this before. I think you've done an excellent job. I know it took a long time to get things moving, but moving it is now, and great progress has been made, not just in the number of units, but also in the quality of your execution, particularly in some of the common spaces, the building common spaces. I appreciate your commitment to design and the aesthetics. And I can't help but think that this is going to help instill some pride in the residents and just to let them know that they are valued. So I want to say hats off to you guys on that execution. Now, the third leg of our focus here is on the town center. And, this is probably the area where we've had the greatest tension, if you will, between our board and the GLA and the principal developer. We believe that the town center is equally as important to the long-term quality of life for the resident veterans as are the residential buildings. We are taking 1,200 unsheltered veterans and dropping them on an island. And it's an island with housing and with services, but not much in the sense of community. And it's dropped in the middle of, a very interesting Southern California dynamic. And so the ULI Technical Assistance Panel prepared a study that identified the need to make is a core of this community a town center, and they want to make it. They recommended making that a place with a capital P. And for us on the master plan subcommittee, a place requires dedication of land. It needs to be appropriately located and sized. It needs to be intentionally planned. It needs to have sufficient capital investment and operational support. And Chief of Staff Sirik reminded us that part of the VA's mission is to provide veterans with world-class benefits and services. And we believe this applies in particular to the planning, build out, and operation of the town center. That is so essential to the quality of life for these residents. We challenge the GLA and President Trump's administration to not treat this town center as a few storefronts that get bolted onto the bottom floor of several residential buildings. It may be allowable under the EUL authority, but I think I can speak for most of the board. We are not convinced that this plan will result in a world-class sense of community. So with that, I'll hand it over to Carol Leonard-Munn to share our recommendations.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. I will start at the top. If it's not customary to read the recitals, please let me know and I will skip to the recommendations. VCOEB recommendation 2501. Whereas President Donald Trump issued Executive Order 14296, keeping promises to veterans and establishing a National Center for Warrior Independence, which calls for creating a National Center for Warrior Independence at the West LA Veterans Affairs Medical Center. Whereas the executive order recognizes that our nation's security, prosperity, and freedom would not be possible without our veterans. Many veterans bear visible and invisible wounds from their service. Too many veterans are homeless in America. Each veteran deserves our gratitude. Whereas the executive order recognizes that the West LA campus was once the crown jewel of veteran care, historically featured a spectrum of community spaces and amenities such as a chapel, billiard hall, and 1,000-seat theater. Whereas the NCWI is intended to provide care, benefits, and services for homeless veterans in the Los Angeles metropolitan area and around the nation, and specifically to restore their self-sufficiency and warrior ethos by providing guidance and services needed to ensure they can access housing and receive substance abuse or addiction treatment to return to productive work and community engagement. Whereas the executive order directed the Secretary of Veterans Affairs in coordination with the heads of other executive departments and agencies to redirect funds to construct, establish, and maintain this NCWI. Whereas the executive order further requires that on or prior to September 5th, 2025, 120 days after issuance of the executive order, the VA present an action plan to meet these directives and restore the capacity to house up to 6,000 homeless veterans at the NCWI by January 1st, 2028. Whereas in 2019, during President Trump's first term, when veteran homelessness in the greater Los Angeles area was 1.5 times what it is today, please note we did receive an updated PIT count, so not all of this may be totally accurate in light of that. The Veterans Administration completed an analysis to determine the optimal redevelopment plan for the West LA campus, the 2019 final programmatic environmental impact statement for the West LA campus, which concluded that up to 1,622 new units of supportive housing for homeless veterans could be developed on the West LA campus. In 2022, when veteran homelessness in the greater Los Angeles area was more than 2.5 times what it is today, same note, the Veterans Administration updated the West LA VA Master Plan to provide for the development of 1,200 homes on the West LA campus, as well as space for attendant services and a town center for veterans, residents, and non-residents of the West LA campus. Whereas extensive veteran and public outreach, VA input, and professional planning has gone into the creation of a master plan for the development of the West LA campus. Whereas the Veterans and Community Oversight and Engagement Board, as established under Public Law 114-226, the West LA Leasing Act of 2016, on September 29, 2016, is an advisory body representing interests of veterans, members of the armed forces, and their families throughout all planning, development, and implementation efforts on the West LA campus. Whereas the VCOEB agrees with the executive order's recognition of the importance of veterans, enthusiastically supports the objectives of the executive order and the creation of the NCWI, and is encouraged by the administration's focus on and dedication to providing services, care, and housing for homeless veterans in the Los Angeles metropolitan area and around the nation. Whereas the VCOEB desires to contribute to the execution of the NCWI and to actively engage with the Veterans Administration in the creation and implementation of the action plan so that such care, services, and housing are aligned with the needs of the stakeholders it represents. Now, therefore, let it be recommended on August 19th, 2025, Recommendation 2501A, after preparation and release of a draft action plan and prior to submittal of the final action plan to the President, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs should provide for a public comment period of 60 days that will be published in the Federal Register. This will ensure a transparent and meaningful public review process that provides veterans, the VCOEB, other stakeholders, and local partners an opportunity to review and comment on the draft action plan to guide development of the NCWI in alignment with the extensive prior master planning completed for the West LA campus. Recommendation 2501B. The Secretary of Veterans Affairs should include in the action plan a mechanism for future amendments to the action plan based on further VCOEB recommendations and public input following initial submission to the President. Recommendation 25-01C. The action plan should cap the development at 1,200 units of congregate permanent supportive housing for homeless veterans on the West LA campus as set forth in the currently effective West LA VA Master Plan for the following reasons. Based on recent counts, the number of homeless veterans in Los Angeles is lower than was previously assumed when planning the number of housing units at the West LA campus. 1,200 permanent supportive housing units at the West LA campus, coupled with the inventory of other project housing units and available tenant-based vouchers, is sufficient to house all homeless veterans in Los Angeles County. Housing of homeless veterans is ideally done through a hybrid model where most homeless veterans obtain housing in smaller neighborhoods and around the region where they can interact with and integrate into the community. And some veterans obtain permanent supportive housing in larger developments such as the West LA campus. Developing a large number of permanent supportive housing alone in one project, such as the West LA campus, can create an institutional feel rather than a community and result in negative impacts such as public safety issues, social isolation, dependency, and despair for the residents. There is no successful national precedent for concentrating even the currently planned 1,200 units of permanent supportive housing. Please note footnote, Skid Row in downtown LA is currently home to the largest concentration of congregate single-site permanent supportive housing in the United States, with approximately 2,500 units located within a compact urban footprint. Expansion beyond this size of permanent supportive housing should only occur if there is a demonstrated shortage of available alternative housing units in the region and existing conditions at the campus are carefully reviewed for negative impacts to the resident veterans, care providers, patients, and visitors to the campus and the surrounding community. Recommendation 2501D. The action plan should ensure that homeless veterans from outside the Los Angeles metropolitan area can avail themselves of the facilities and resources at the NCWI necessary to earn back their self-sufficiency, but they should not be relocated to Los Angeles for the purpose of obtaining permanent supportive housing, because such relocation would uproot these veterans from their hometowns, long-term care providers, support network, and families, and make it more difficult for them to return to work and engagement in their communities. Recommendation 2501E. The action plan should expand the veteran population that can be housed on the West LA campus to include veterans who work at the West LA campus and veteran groups that are at risk of homelessness, such as student veterans, low, moderate, and fixed income veteran households, and other veterans. There is clearly a need for housing of these additional veteran groups. Footnote, multiple assessments, including the 2022 Veteran Housing Needs Assessment, West LA VA Master Plan, and survey data from LA County Veterans Affairs confirm that the veterans population in Los Angeles is highly diverse in age, service history, household type, income level, and support needs. And more importantly, diversifying the resident veteran population would help the high needs homeless veterans broaden their sense of community with those who share their stories of service and can offer hope and positive role models. Footnote, substantial evidence across the fields of urban planning, public health, and economics demonstrates that multi-use, mixed-income community development featuring integrated residential, retail, civic, recreational, health service, social service, and transit uses produces superior outcomes in housing stability, health, social cohesion, and long-term economic mobility. Recommendation 2501F. In order to prevent the West LA campus from becoming another sterile institutional housing project, and to ensure that it develops into a balanced, healthy community for the resident veterans and visiting veterans, the action plan should include a robust town center, as outlined in VCOEB recommendations 2302, 2303, and 2304, and vocational and workforce development facilities, childcare, and accessible wellness and behavioral health services. These uses are essential to fostering a sense of community and improving long-term housing outcomes, economic participation, and quality of life. Recommendation 2501G. The Secretary of Veterans Affairs should secure the funds necessary to construct, establish, and maintain the NCWI, not just as an institutional housing project, but as a vibrant, sustainable community for resident veterans and visiting veterans. The action plan should demonstrate that rather than repeating the limitations of over-concentration and underinvestment, the administration keeps its promises to veterans by committing all of the resources necessary to reestablish the West LA campus, including the NCWI, as the crown jewel of the veteran care it once was. That's all. That is our complete list of recommendations.
So Chi, do you want to help us through the process now? Do we open it
Sure.
up for discussion or vote?
Yeah, you need to open up for discussion. So someone needs
Okay,
to motion.
Motion to approve?
Why
you
don't we
need
why don't we
to
start with a motion
discuss.
to open up for discussion first?
I've never heard of
Beth,
a
you wanna-
motion to discuss. Usually you do a motion to approve and then you open it up for discussion, but sure, motion for discussion.
This is Beth Sandor. I'm the chair of the services subcommittee. And I guess I'll just start as Mike was saying. I mean, it's been this board, it's been a time of transition for us, but I think both between Mike's subcommittee, focused on the master plan, and the services subcommittee, it's really been focused on how to support a balanced tenant mix in the buildings on this campus, how to ensure excellent services and safety and property management within and across the housing, and how to continue to support the VA to clear the path for its incredible progress on ending veteran homelessness in Los Angeles County. These recommendations to me feel aligned with the goals we've set out together as a subcommittee and as a board, to really, I think the way that last recommendation finishes it off is right, to really ensure that this campus is a national model. And so I appreciate the work that Kara and the rest of the board have put into this, and just feel excited to be able to move these recommendations forward.
Is there other discussion from board members? Other thoughts from board members?
Dr. Davis has got a quick comment.
Okay.
I have a question. Thank you for all of the thought that has gone into this, which is relating to basically to the executive order, which is new compared to the master plan, which has been in existence a long time. I was this impressed me to get this, given the thought that went into this, and I only received it a couple days ago. This is not up to me to take a vote, but I'd love to ask one clarifying question, if I can. On recommendation 25-01F, Kara, you this refers to the action plan, but it has some comments that I have heard made related to the master plan. Can you comment on, assuming the executive order was never signed and we weren't looking at that, can you comment on how this recommendation would apply to the current master plan? In other words, would this still, your recommendation still apply and be something you would want for the campus and the veterans it serves under the master plan?
I would say yes for my end.
I would agree. I mean, I think the short answer is yes. I think the board, as we had the subcommittees met and contemplated this meeting and what to recommend, on our mind was certainly the executive order. And I think one of the overriding concepts that we think flow through all of these recommendations is to some degree what has been expressed throughout this meeting by all participants, which is that the executive order be taken in conjunction with and not to supersede the planning and progress to date.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand if the executive order signed by the president had a different number than 1,200. And if that's one issue. I'm trying to understand how to interpret the recommendation as that the executive order should be amended, where the number served should be that number that this Federal Advisory Committee has recommended instead of what's in the executive order. That's one issue in terms of the number. And I'm also trying to understand that if the master plan and what you heard from our principal developers and the GLA staff is something you believe shows progress in the direction you want to see for the master plan, and as such, you are satisfied with it? Or are these recommendations things that you would, again, make to amend even the progress you see on the master plan?
Let me take this one. I think what we're saying here is that the town center was an important component of the master plan.
Yes.
When it was contemplated that 1,200 units of permanent supported housing will be there. Now with the addition of the National Center for Warrior Independence, there's a contemplation of it being sort of more focused location for place to help veterans get benefits and services. It contemplates more residents coming, or more veterans coming there who will be above and beyond the 1,200 residents that will be living there under the master plan. And so that need was there before, and that need is even heightened now with the addition of additional veterans visiting the facility and perhaps additional veterans living on the facility. So it was important before, and it's even more important now with the addition of the NCWI.
Okay, so I'm trying to be very mindful and respectful, mindful of what can be discussed in the context of, not knowing everything, and then respectful, because this is some great work that you've done and thought. So from what I just heard from the principal developers regarding building 13 and 300 and we've got an original concept of a town center that even in 16 was very robust, and it's somewhat been compressed or changed in 22. I'm trying to target exactly what you all are saying about the town center and specific objections you may have to what we heard proposed today.
Dr. Davis, this is a really...
I'm sorry, there's a hand up, but I don't want to disrespect you, but she will. But I'm trying to, the more specific you all get, the more helpful it is for those who will be developing the action plan. And that's about all I can say on that. So I'm here to listen.
I can't raise my hand, so that function isn't available to me. So I will just say that the town center discussion is a very long one that has played out over several VCOEB meetings.
Yes.
And in recommendation F here, in recommendation F here, it outlines what recommendations we're referring to when we talk about
Right.
a robust town center. So I think the reference to those, we can pull up those recommendations. I think Kara probably has them handy to review those from prior meetings if that would be helpful.
No, I can access those if that's the way we're gonna you'd like me to do. I can reference what has been said before in the committee meetings, and I can look at those and pull out the specificity in that. Thank you.
Jim?
Yeah, just in a nutshell, the town center before was its own thing, not attached to housing and part of mixed use. And I
Right.
think the big issue is that now that it's part of mixed use, is that really going to speak to the larger veteran community, or is that going to create more of an isolated, I think the language was sterile institutional housing project there on the campus? Just thinking about trying to achieve warrior independence, you're going to need warriors from off the campus that own businesses, run legal firms, things like that, going to that campus and socializing with the veterans living on the campus, so that that networking opportunity can lead to that independence that I know we're seeking to provide veterans on the campus. So that's just in a nutshell, that's my feedback on that.
Thank you. That's a good distinction. That's an important clarification about a goal in the executive order. So we're not here to discuss the EO, but if we were, I would want to understand how the town center in a mixed use context may or may not promote, facilitate that independence and those interactions you just mentioned.
So one, I will say, as I mentioned earlier in this meeting, my interpretation, I think that the EO has some, executive order has some room for interpretation. Obviously, it's a brief document, and I would say that it articulates some objectives that are in tension, have some tension with one another. So to be exact, read one way, it mandates that there is capacity to house 6,000 veterans on the campus. But then it also articulates that there is an overriding objective that this facility promote self-sufficiency and restoring the warrior ethos, which speaks, I believe, to this campus providing a solution to various obstacles for the veterans. In other words, healthcare, mental health care, community, relief from isolation, those sorts of needs. And I think what one of the overriding themes of all of these recommendations would be that we maintain a focus on the successful support of veteran residents so that they can transition to self-sufficiency successfully. And so that so we believe that we need to focus on the care and services aspects and objectives, and have a broader perspective on how the housing side of the executive order is implemented.
You're on mute, T.
Thanks. Sorry about that. Thanks for everyone's comments. We can pick this up after the public comment period. We have folks that are signed up. So we're going to take a quick break for this. I'm going to go ahead and the first person we have is Mr. Rob Reynolds. Let me try that. see. Can we unmute Mr. Reynolds?
Are we going right now, or did you say you're taking a break?
We're going right now, Rob.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yep,
Go ahead.
no
You got
worries.
5 minutes.
Okay. In light of the executive order, the first thing I would have expected to see the VCOAB put a recommendation to the secretary is to stop the appeal, stop fighting veterans in court, end the illegal leases on the property, and get the housing built for veterans and return this land back to the veterans and make sure that they have input in what goes on the property. And I'm very thankful for President Trump's executive order. However, I'm not happy with the way the VA has been handling the planning process, the 120 days that was given to come up with a plan. The fact that select individuals have signed non-disclosure agreements and are having meetings behind closed doors and not consulting with veterans that live on the property or veterans and advocates that have been involved with advocating to return the property back to its intended purpose is a serious issue. This was a good opportunity to build the trust back that I think has failed. And my concern with this is that when you have meetings behind closed doors and you come up with plans and you don't include input from others, it results in there being problems with the plan that we'll all have to address when it comes out. Let me just look at my notes. Furthermore, when it comes to the safety and security of the campus, there is a project that is slated for the Armory, which is just adjacent to the VA. It's part of the original land deed of the property. And there's a plan for a 165 bed shelter for civilians. And I think that that is not a good idea to bring in unhoused individuals who are not veterans right next to the property. Where are they going to go during the day? Are they going to be on the VA? That's just going to cause more of a problem when we still haven't figured out all of the issues on the campus. There's a lot of things that need to be worked out for the safety and security on campus, and adding civilian shelter of 165 people right next door to it, that is very problematic. And when it comes to the leases on the property, there needs to be more discussion about what's going to be done with those leases. 2 federal judges have ruled that Brentwood School, UCLA, Bridgeland Oil, and Safety Park are illegal. Why is that not part of the discussion in this board meeting about what's going to be done with them? How is it that illegal activity with leasing of the property continues on despite 2 federal judge rulings and multiple OIG reports? So I hope you can take this into consideration, and that when this plan comes out, you give adequate time for public comment and get more veterans involved in the planning process. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Next up is Mr. Anthony Allman.
Afternoon, VA officials and VCOAB members. My name is Anthony Allman. I'm the Executive Director of Vets Advocacy and a past member of the VCOAB from 2017 to 2023. At my last meeting as a VCOAB member, I introduced Recommendation 21-05. The recommendation called upon the VA Secretary to make a determination that student veterans attending California community colleges, particularly in Los Angeles, were at risk of homelessness and therefore eligible to be housed at VA West LA pursuant to Section 2B1 of the West LA Leasing Act. I'm grateful to my colleagues who voted unanimously in favor of the concept. In March 2024, VA responded to recommendations made at the 21st VCOAB meeting. Despite recognizing the effort's good intentions to prevent student veterans from experiencing homelessness, VA disagreed with the methodology, preferring an individualized assessment versus a broad-based categorization. I believe this was likely a function of traditional and time-consuming sources of capital for current supportive housing development on campus, but not a VA statutory requirement. Shortly after President Trump issued his executive order on the National Center for Warrior Independence, I sent a letter to VA Secretary Collins requesting an opportunity to share Vets Advocacy's progress on implementing a new approach to veteran housing on campus. Currently, we have not heard back from VA officials, so I'm submitting a comment today for the record. In 2022, the voters of Los Angeles approved Measure LA, which provided the Los Angeles Community College District with $5.3 billion for capital modernization projects, including $500 million to plan, construct, acquire, or contribute to student housing throughout the district. Through a series of discussions with senior LACCD officials, including a tour of the VA West LA campus and a strong desire to support student veterans throughout the district, the Board of Trustees approved a planning study to scope the potential for student veteran-specific housing at VA West Los Angeles. President Trump's executive order focused on, among other things, restoring self-sufficiency, a return to productive work, and community engagement. I believe there is no better local partner than the Los Angeles Community College District to achieve these goals. We seek VA's cooperation and permission for LACCD's consultants to visit the campus so recommendations can be submitted to the Board of Trustees for further evaluation. To systemically reduce veteran homelessness, we must work together to ensure veterans are adequately trained for the local workforce and, most importantly, earn a living wage to afford housing in the greater Los Angeles area. Efforts to date have largely focused on housing veterans currently experiencing homelessness without implementing upstream measures to address the problem of inflow or creating more successful exits for those veterans who choose a path of upward mobility. The National Center for Warrior Independence could be the first partnership between VA and a local community college system designed to foster more positive veteran reintegration outcomes through a combination of short-term housing, education, skills training, and gainful employment. I have no doubt this effort has the potential to create lives filled with greater purpose, better health outcomes, and more prosperity for veterans and their families. Our team of partners look forward to working with the Secretary on this novel and groundbreaking initiative. Please contact us at your earliest convenience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Ullman. Next, we have Mr. Francisco Juarez.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You need to speak up a little bit, but we can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Well, as usual, the fabrications just keep on coming in. Witness Tess Banco receiving recognition for her contributions towards the first woman veteran building. Our NHDVS repository demonstrates that building 220 adjacent to the kennels was built for that purpose. So we can see who's correct afterwards. I represent the NHDVS Coalition Advocacy that has existed since before the fabrication of the settlement over the 2012 Judge Otero ruling that led to the creation of this board. Vets Advocacy and the disingenuous series of deadly master plans facilitated by state, county, and city governments that by all appearance are made up along party lines. Over the honest and logical objections of our advocacy, said master plans grossly violate the true intent of the enforceable deed-restricted land use mandates and kills veterans by homelessness. Your cabal of non-veteran insider, no-bid third-party individuals and entities, including Step Up on Second, Village for Vets, Brentwood School, UCLA Baseball, UCLA Research, UCLA Energy, LA County Metro, LA County Supervisors, especially Janice Hahn and her judge brother, LA City Council, Santa Monica City Council, have all supported the upheaval of the home that places disabled and homeless veterans in kennel-like plastic boxes that none of you would survive in. Yet some veterans have had to endure more than a year of waiting for the, quote, promise, end quote. These master plans approved by this board insults the successful past when, quote, party of the first part, end quote, the U.S. government only successfully sheltered thousands of residents in hardtop buildings with plumbing and food. You know all of this, and you don't need a history lesson that you are trying to bury under the BS that goes onto the Federal Register. You don't even have the organizational integrity to put an opposing opinion from this advocacy on the Federal Register. You, by design, choose to continue to ignore this useful information, thereby violating the concept of effective oversight, but it's okay. We, the people, have been kept in the advocacy loop. So for the record, everyone, be advised, the NHTBS Coalition Advocacy recognizes the May 9th, 2025 executive order signed by POTUS as a non-political invitation and gesture of support for this advocacy to aggressively advance and protest this board in order to save the National Soldiers Home, the CNH tract, the beachfront property, and all the federal footprint from the land racket that this so-called oversight board is developing. The POTUS Executive Order Committee is also hereby advised that the same repository information is available for it to learn about the corruption and collusion facts ignored by this rubber stamp body of minions in order to make the best presentation on September 6th, 2025. We caution you, do not become a continuation of this rubber stamp board. Sincerely, Baker, Canas, Wolves, Fleischman, Gromatico, Arian, Saenz, Mendoza, Aguirre, Devermont, Cordova, Thompson, Operation Firing for Effect, members of El Camino Real Forum, and hundreds of thousands of taxpayers who over social media have taken a genuine interest in advocacy's righting the wrongdoing cited in the executive order. A copy of these remarks will be sent to BCOEB. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Juarez. Next, we have Mr. Senate Devermont.
Thank you, everyone. And I echo what Commander Juarez stated. My name is Senate Devermont. I'm the Vice Commander of the AGIF El Camino Real Forum and the Executive Director of AFTP Foundation. As an advocate, I get the desperate call from veterans living in the sheds and buildings controlled by third parties profiting off federal land meant to be their home. Earlier, I think I heard Tess Banco talk about the building, saying it's the first housing for female veterans. As Commander Juarez mentioned, Building 220 used to house female veterans that were homeless and their families before UCLA took it over. That building overlooks the sheds that veterans die in. She also spoke about the amazing wraparound services and community partnerships, but I hear a different story. Just this month, I got a call from a veteran living in Building 207 who was having heart issues. This is his $3,000 bill that's in collections. He took a 1-mile ambulance ride from Building 207 to the VA Medical Director's Hospital. That is disgusting. $3,000 bill in collections. It's a homeless and disabled veterans bill in collections that lives in Building 207. I caution you to listen to anything about wraparound services. They do not exist. The veterans are dying. They are not getting help. And it is a lie that groups like the Veterans Collective, Step Up, now Jon Stewart are helping them. It is false. The solution is right in front of us. CNH tract on Veteran Avenue. Right now, 3,000 UCLA students live on the federal and deed-restricted land, the very land meant for homeless and disabled veterans. We could house 3,000 homeless and disabled veterans immediately at zero cost to taxpayers on their own land. The executive order signed on May 9th, 2025 mandates housing 6,000 homeless veterans nationwide by January 2028. It does not authorize hotels. It does not authorize town centers or private developments. So why is UCLA and Brentwood School still occupying the soldiers' home? Evict them now. Return this land to its rightful purpose. And before I play clips from Ian Musa, the former vice president of Concourse Federal, I want you to know this, that these third-party contractors are getting rich while veterans live in sheds, pay rent, and fight collection bills. Robert McHenrick, former VA director, is now the Concourse Federal and part of the same network that I believe is exploiting the National Soldiers Home in the nation's capital of veteran homelessness and suicide. I call for a resignation of Director Robert Merchant, and I encourage you to listen to this, that you can Google Ian Musa and Mr. Checkpoint, and you can find this. Please keep listening.
You know, the owners buy houses in Italy and in Denver and cars for each other and do all these really, I guess, air quotes, savvy, scumbaggy, business decisions so that they can do all this stuff under their company, but what has it really generated? Three older white dudes are making a collective $2 million, and at every ribbon cutting, talking about how much they give a shit about veterans, with like 45 different companies under each of them. I mean, that just...
They're creating companies under them so they don't have accountability, so they don't have transparency. This is how they launder the money. Millions of dollars.
Mr. Devermont, you have 1 minute.
Okay, good. I'll keep playing. Ian Musa was not just the executive level contractor for Concourse Federal. He was also an executive level contractor for Inner City Law, which built the tiny sheds. He was also an executive level contractor for Village for Vets. By the way, the lawsuit, Judge Carter is advocating for a town center to be built. There will be no town center in the nation's capital of veteran homelessness. And I will play the rest of the audio until my time is done. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And at least that. And then I think the like out year money they make on the subsidies and vouchers and that they've recouped their development costs is significant. But in the immediate, they're definitely making money. So the way they do it is that there's that PDEUL, and then the principal developer team.
Mr. Devermont, your time's up.
Sublease.
Thank you for your comments.
I thank you. I encourage everyone to Google Ian Musa, Concourse Federal. You will find he is a whistleblower, and I encourage everyone to Google Ian Musa, Concourse Federal. You guys had hours to talk about how to steal a soldier's home in our nation.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Gene Symes. Mr. Symes, are you available? Mr. Symes, are you able to unmute yourself? I see you online. Sir, we'll come back to you.
Go ahead. And not too long ago, it was probably about 4 years ago, I believe it was Secretary Wilkie that was at a quarterly meeting, and I was there, and they were all talking about different things, but most of all, nobody mentioned the West LA. And when I had my recorder, I waited for Mr. Wilkie, I believe it was Secretary Wilkie, and I said, can I speak to you? He held me up a little bit, then he says, yes. Says, can I come over? And I held my recorder out in front of him. And I says, what can we do to stop the West LA from being taken from underneath the land grab? He says, well, you know, we've got a lot of lawyers. We can stop that. Or we have a lot of lawyers. We can fight that. And come to be, once we had another meeting such as this, I was in California, and I asked, I thought you told me there was no more land going to be sold. But, you know, how can we believe everybody when they don't even know how many veterans are homeless, how many veterans are being killed, how many veterans are not being heard? James Hobby and San Diego, he's got a report there that it would just knock you right out of your feet. These are things that's important, and he's not here today to speak about it. I apologize for that. I wish he was. Then you have Barbara Wright, who her husband passed away, and his records of saying where he was and all this and that is still locked up as classified. And she's been waiting to see if she gets her benefit. And today they spoke about, oh yes, we have a lot of benefits that has to be opened up. But you know what? There's a lot of them that the paper goes underneath each pile each time it comes in, and nobody gets heard. Then we have another lady, Baker, right there in West LA. Just the other night, she was threatened by a police officer, West LAPD. Told her, I believe the words were you don't shut up or whatever, I'll kill you. But you know what? Then she reported it to the VA facility, the VA DP, and they just totally ignore it. We have recordings on this. You know, I'm a little bit nervous because the whole thing is that I've been sitting here for almost since 9 o'clock this morning, and nobody even wanted to even speak about the executive order. You know, that's part of my land. I'm in New York, and then everybody in the 49, 50 states, 80 states, if there was, is a part of what you're sitting in right now. That property belongs to us, and it's being rooked by crooks. You know, I don't know if any of you individuals here ever went in one of those buildings that's been excuse me, rebuilt so the veterans could live in it. You should go in there, see how it's like. See how it's like in one of those little houses when you got a wheelchair and you can't even wheel out because it's so muddy. Nobody has repaired the area that they got to travel. Live in it. You know, to believe something, you have to believe everybody that spoke earlier before me. That's very important. It's important to know that Director Merchant didn't even want to talk to any of us until 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, that I was in California. We sat there at a round table, and he just kept his mouth shut. We sat there speaking, no comments. That's pathetic. So why do we have to beg you individuals to listen to us? I've sent faxes, FedEx to everybody, even the president and even Merchant and all the other representatives that I could get a hold of several weeks ago. Nobody even give you an answer. It's like you're dead. And this is what's happening right here. Please, don't feel that I'm spanking any of you guys. You're not
Mr. Sines,
dead.
you've
You're
got 1 minute.
listening. And I appreciate it very much. Whatever you do, it's on you, not on us. And civilians to be on that property with veterans that need to help is not good. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Symes. Next, we have Mr. Robert Canas. Sir, are you
Canis,
available?
yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You have
Can you
5
hear me?
minutes. Yes,
Good
sir.
afternoon. My name is Robert Canis, and I am a veteran who has lived here for the last 4 years. I wanted to begin by honoring a fellow veteran, Adam. He was an Army combat veteran who I first met on Veterans Row, living in a tent after losing his housing. Adam has since passed away in a tragic stabbing accident, and his story is a reminder of how serious and urgent these issues are for all of us. I currently live in a step-up unit, but let me be clear, these units lack the basics. We don't have, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can still hear you, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, did you? Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you were cutting me off. There's no access to ovens or any cooking facilities. We have no amenities. Beyond that, Step Up provides zero help when it comes to preventing evictions. We have actually had a lot of evictions. Right now, I'm facing eviction myself for non-payment of rent. I can't afford rent because I don't have income. I don't have income because I don't have a service connection despite going to the VA's combat track for 8 months. I was told the senior leadership is looking into my case, but that was a year ago. And here's the reality. I'm about to be towed and I can't leave the VA. The VA police have towed my RV and my car. And despite that, we have no case management in our building. We're having a lot of overdoses. There's no help with service connection, no help with educational or vocational rehab. We're being told that if we go to school full time, that we'll be evicted because we're not entitled to HUD-VASH. Meanwhile, the building I live in is falling apart. There's no preservation, no accountability. Step Up has been taken over by the John Stewart Company, but it's still the same staff and the same neglect. I live in the same hallway as the property manager, Nicole Santos, and we have a brothel and a drug den in our hallway. At a recent community meeting, I heard Mr. Jim Zimmer speak on the new shelter being built here on the campus. And I wanted to thank him for saving some of the beds for veterans and also ask him how many beds at that 160 bed shelter are truly for veterans. I also wanted to ask Mr. Zimmer that his help and support for veterans include me and help me with my service connection here at the VA system. Thank you. This isn't just about me, it's about veterans like Adam. and this campus. It's about keeping the promise for those who served. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Salvatore Grammatico. Sir, are you available?
Chi, before he starts, I just want to highlight that the issues that the previous speaker just raised are quite serious, and I'd like an update to the board, please.
There's no conversation. We can talk about this offline. So.
I don't recall that being part of the rules of this committee. We've always been able to comment, and I would like an update on that gentleman's comments from the VA after the meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Salvatore Grammatico, are you available, sir? We'll come back to you, sir. Mr. Robert Ham.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Ham. I'm an Army veteran and a filmmaker, and I made the film about the 1887 fund and the historical buildings that we've been trying to get funded and renovated for years. I do appreciate the effort that's been made on the campus, but I want to say that there's been, I believe there's been $22 million raised privately for the Wadsworth Chapel, and I think we need something around 28 million or so. The confusion is because it seems that the numbers have been shifting, and I'm not actually sure what those are, so anybody can correct me. I want to ask the VA to close the gap of the funding of the chapel so that we could start renovating it as soon as possible. The chapel is in desperate need today as it continues to decay, and it's a complete embarrassment to veterans and the campus. It is a veteran priority that this chapel gets fixed along with the rest of the historical buildings on the campus as soon as possible. It would be an opportunity to show the light that the campus could be to the world, especially as we approach the 2028 Olympics. It's hard to expect veterans, aside from all the other issues that have been brought up that I don't want to overlook. I agree with so many of my previous speakers about all the desperation that is needed. Also, I do see much of the progress that is being made, but it's very hard to expect veterans to feel safe on the campus when we show them that we don't care about our history and what has happened to these buildings. I remember when I first came to the VA campus and I started to see what these buildings were, and I now know the history of it. It's a shameful part of what has gone on over the years on this campus, and I think it's time that we fix this right now. And I'm not sure why we can't do it. It seems to be a drop in the bucket for what is in the budget, and this is a huge priority. I think it's a thing for mental health amongst veterans, and we can't continue to ask veterans and nonprofits to raise the rest of the money that seems to be shifting, and this needs to be a VA priority on the campus. That's it. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you very much, Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Ham. Next, we have Mr. Martin Muato. So you can unmute yourself. Are you able to unmute yourself, sir?
Hi, everyone. Yes, I am. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, VCOEB. My name is John Sumatsu. I'm stepping in for Martin Moto. He is the CEO of Solo Impact and Model Z. I am the VP of Operations. Fortunately, Mr. Moto is currently occupied in a separate meeting. We understand all of the frustration centered around the EO. However, we would like to provide and offer a compelling solution to fulfilling it. We did want to discuss our Model Z program, and I'll start off by speaking how Model Z was founded in South Los Angeles with the mission of tackling America's housing crisis from the ground up. Our factory is here locally in Watts and employs a diverse local workforce and runs the Model Z vocational program, which provides fully paid training and direct job placement in advanced manufacturing. This is a program that's open to all. It would be fantastic as a workforce development program for veterans and something that we could completely see happening in the future, giving those who have served not just a place to live, but also a pathway to stable, long-term employment in a growing industry. By building homes for veterans with veterans, we ensure this effort delivers both housing and economic mobility. We believe that Model Z offers comprehensive housing solutions and an interim to multifamily. Veterans need more than just four walls. They need a continuum of care and housing, from interim and bridge units to long-term multifamily and supportive housing. Model Z's modular platform was engineered with this in mind, offering flexible configurations that can scale from small-scale transitional projects to full multifamily communities, whether that's garden style, whether that's in 2, 4, 6, 8 plexes, or communities up to 3 or 4 stories high. The opportunities are literally endless. By offering these standardized, repeatable designs, we deliver speed and cost savings without sacrificing the quality or dignity that is sorely missing in current veteran housing. Model Z units are also built to last. One of the greatest risks in affordable and supportive housing projects is poor long-term quality, which drives up overall maintenance costs and undermines the investment. We've heard countless stories of private and publicly owned affordable housing communities that essentially circle the drain after 20 or 30 years because they're simply not built to maintain their OpEx over the long term. Model Z eliminates a lot of this issue by using 100% US steel. Our units are fire, pest, and mold resistant and engineered to last over a century. In fact, we at Model Z will warranty the units for 50 years. This means less deferred maintenance for the VA, a safer living environment for the veterans, and housing that will truly stand the test of time. The West LA Master Plan calls for 5,000 to 6,000 units. And while we understand the magnitude of this need, we're also one of the only providers capable of producing at that scale. Our factory already runs precision manufacturing at more than 2 units per day, with constant improvement and automation streamlining, modeled after aerospace and automotive industries. With the right partnerships, we can expand to over 5,000 units annually, essentially delivering the entire VA Master Plan pipeline every single year. Model Z was also designed from the ground up to meet Build America, Buy America standards, with over 65% of our components being US sourced, insulating our projects from overseas tariffs, shipping delays, and price shocks. This not only ensures our federal compliance, but also provides predictable fixed price certainty for funders and partners. Simply put, Model Z aligns with the letter and spirit of federal investment: American materials, American labor, American jobs. Model Z represents exactly what the West LA Master Plan needs: an LA-based, federally compliant, scalable, and durable solution that can accelerate delivery and ensure housing for every veteran in need. With our steel-built product and proven ability to scale, we're positioned to help transform the VA campus into the largest and most successful veteran housing community in the nation. We invite the VCOEB to tour and visit our facility to witness firsthand what we believe to be a compelling, fiscally prudent solution to solve the veterans' housing shortfall and deliver high-quality, dignified housing to our country's warriors and soldiers. That's it for us. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Grammatico, are you on? We'll try you again, sir. Sue Myers, are you available? Please unmute yourself. Sue Myers. We'll come back. Latia Subtle. Latia Subtle.
Yes, Latia Subtle. I'm here. Can you hear
Sorry,
me?
ma'am. We
That's
hear you,
fine.
ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. My name is Latia Subtle. I'm a retired U.S. Army veteran and advocate for veterans and their children. I'm concerned about the Federal Registry not publicly listing concerns from advocates. I'm hearing there are minutes that are kept somewhere, but why are the concerns from the public not listed for all the public to see? And when there's like legislative bills that move through the legislation process, there's full transparency of who opposes the bills and why, as well as those who support it. So I'm thinking that the same thing should apply with this federal registry listing the concerns. And why doesn't the federal registry show the land that has been deeded to veterans in the 1800s? Even though the land has been deeded to veterans, there are acres being occupied by illegal leases, which several people have mentioned during the public comment. There are areas that are being used as parking lots, areas used to house UCLA students, all where there are still almost 3,000 homeless veterans in Los Angeles County and 11,000 homeless veterans in the state of California. So why isn't this clearly documented in the Federal Registry? I'm aware that the U.S. President recently signed this executive order to establish the National Center for Warrior Independence on the West Los Angeles VA campus, aiming to house 6,000 veterans by 2028. And this center will offer housing, health care, and supportive services. I'm seeking information on how this will work with land already deeded to veterans and the illegal leases that still exist. I'm not here to attack anyone or be disrespectful. I did hear Mr. Mike Canfield state that they were presenting recommendations and apologize for getting this out late. And then I heard another lady speak passionately about a town center, but I didn't hear that same passion about housing veterans. I also heard someone say that the master plan would take priority over the executive order or something to that effect. I'm confused as to why a mall or town center is more of a priority. Housing veterans should be first and not years from now. To prioritize anything else is disrespectful to veterans. A report came out last year that homelessness among women veterans had increased. So there's still a concern there. I'm concerned about VA disability compensation still being counted during the HUD-VASH process. I'm aware that a law was implemented, but I don't feel it was implemented correctly. Now, the way it hasn't been implemented the way I have been advocating for it for years as well. So previously, a lot of veterans weren't even allowed to apply for HUD-VASH because they were counting the VA disability compensation before the application process. But now they allow all veterans to apply, but then count the VA compensation later, which is still disqualifying several veterans. So, this is not working. The resolution is not working for all veterans. I'm also concerned about the staff and programs being cut from the West LA VA as well as the Long Beach VA. I know we're talking about the West LA VA, but there are other VAs in the area, and there has been staff and programs cut from the Long Beach VA, and this is being run by National or Vision or something, and the local people in the VA have no say-so about it. So that's a problem that also needs to be addressed. So I did see in the recommendations that recommendations will be taken from the public, and I hope that is done and all veterans know of this option to put forth recommendations. But I do feel that housing veterans should be a priority and not so focused on the town center. All these other things are nice to have, and you can put them in there later, but housing veterans should be the priority and not years from now. That's kind of backwards. And anybody that's thinking town centers and anything else should be first, it's very concerning. That's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to go back around and see if Mr. Grammatico is available. Mr. Salvador Grammatico. Okay, and we're going to check in on Sue Myers. Sue Myers. All right, that's all the people that signed up for public comment. However, we have a few minutes left. Is there anyone from the public that did not sign up that would like to make public comment? Okay, thank you for everyone that took time to make public comment. We will return back to the discussion on the recommendations. I'm sorry, 1 minute, please. Ms. Symes, did you have a public comment?
Sir, this is not a campus. It's a national home for the
Sir.
disabled volunteer veterans, or, okay, you already got your 2 minutes.
Sir, we took your public comment earlier. Ms. Symes, I don't know if you have something to add. We have 5 minutes. Okay, thank you for your help, ma'am. Okay, I'd like to turn the discussion back to the recommendation. I will place the recommendation back on. Mr. Canfield, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. So I think we were having discussion. So any other board members who would like to talk about the recommendation, questions or comments?
Mike, I just want to make a comment about VA engagement and Dr. Davis asking questions about the recommendations. I've been attending these meetings and on the board for a number of years, and I don't think VA has ever asked questions. And I just really appreciate Dr. Davis, you asking to clarify the question, because it makes me feel like you are taking this very seriously and preparing to provide a response that really addresses what we're getting at with the recommendation. So I just wanted to say that feels very different and it's really appreciated.
That's very generous and kind of you. And I for those who've been around a while, this is my neighborhood. I grew up on the west side. My brother died homeless in Southern California. I have experienced homelessness or been a veteran who was homeless, depending on how we want to say it. This is very personal. I have a commitment here, and keeping in mind the requirements and the constraints. I'm not with general counsel. We can't talk about litigation. There are some constraints as we move forward, but I want to be respectful of the time you all have taken and the valuable input, even if I can't wave a wand and say done. So thank you for that acknowledgement. I will always be open to listen.
Gee, somebody raised their hand. I don't know, recognize the phone number.
I don't think that's a board member, so.
Okay. All right, so any other comments on the recommendations, or should we have a motion to approve?
So move.
Seconded by Jim.
Okay, I'm gonna do a roll call. And please state your vote. Mr. Bradshaw?
HE, I approve.
Thank you. Ms. Sandor?
Approved.
Ms. Munn?
Approved.
Ms. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Weiner?
Aye.
Mr. Zenner?
Aye.
Mr. Canfield?
Aye.
Ms. Branca?
Aye.
Dr. Najuaku?
Aye, approved.
Mr. Holmes?
Aye.
Ms. Hunter?
Aye.
All right, thank you. The recommendations are passed 10 affirmatives. Mr. Canfield, we'll work with you to as we process these with ACMO. Is there other business you or Ms. Sandor would like to bring up at this time?
I've covered what I wanted to cover. Beth?
Same. Thank you, Chief. I've covered everything.
So just a couple quick administrative tasks. As you know, we have a membership package that's going to go up. So we'll keep you all updated as soon as we have a better idea of what that membership will look like. We are looking at different dates in the end of this quarter, whether it's later in this year for another in-person board meeting, perhaps. So we will coordinate with GLA and also reach out to the board to look at different opportunities to get everyone together.
And can I?
Yes, ma'am.
I know there's a hand up. I don't want to be, but in Rob, you want to go ahead and close and your comments, and I'll tag on.
Sure. Thank you. And thank you all for your time today and for your thoughts, good questions, and the thoughtful recommendations. As Dr. Davis has said, they are heard, and we appreciate the time and commitment that you give to serving veterans. I mean, that's really what this is all about. This is your board. It's not mine or ours as GLA. We're here to answer questions and be responsive to you. So thank you for everything that you've done, and we look forward to hosting you here in Los Angeles for a meeting in the future. So thank you. Thank you, Dr. Davis. It's great to have you back with us.
Thank you, Rob, and thank you for the GLA team and everyone on the board. Really a lot of substance. And I'm going to have to read the transcripts very, very closely and share them with colleagues in Washington, as well as obviously the recommendations. Just a couple things to clarify. In my day job, I'm responsible for the Veteran Experience Office. That has a requirement to listen to the voice of veterans. So there are many ways in which we do that. And I want to assure you that whether it's through the 411 hotline, whether it is through our surveys that include surveys of veterans' comments on their outpatient experience at GLA and across the country, whether it's through focus groups, that we are constantly listening. I was listening today to the public comments. Those are all taken into consideration. There's also a way we address quickly the concern of veterans that are really a need for service recovery that is urgent and immediate. Whether that is immediately life-threatening or could be. So those things go on, and they go on with sincerity across the entire enterprise. And I just wanted to let you know that there was a lot of work being done in the background to make sure that veterans are safe. When I hear some of the public comments, I think what can be done. When I hear the comments from veterans about veterans every day, whether it's a veteran's family, caregiver, or survivor. And I work with my colleagues to see how we can address that and share information with the secretary and other leaders. I want to clarify that today the VCOEB Federal Advisory Committee was, our charge is still to focus on the master plan of 2022. There was a recommendation made all around the EO. That's been unanimously approved and will be respected as a recommendation from the committee. It was not solicited, but it is respected and will be received. And of course, and that for the near term, in terms of our charter, we will continue to look carefully at the master plan and how anything that comes in the future, whether it be an EO action plan or any other guidance from the executive branch or the Congress, that we carefully consider how we need to respond to that in the context of our charter for the Federal Advisory Committee. So I greatly appreciate your input, and there's a lot of ways to continue to reach out and work this together. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. If there's no further comments from the board, we'll adjourn, and I will be in touch with the subcommittee chairs regarding the recommendations.
Thank you, Chi, and thank you, Diedrich, very much.
Thank you, everyone. We'll talk to everyone soon. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.